Thunder growing louder in our hearts. The storm is rising, this is where it starts. Let's break the rules and really put our backs into it. Max out, pursue it. What's a better time than now to cross the line? Don't break, let loose, and make sure that your heart is in it. Start line to finish. For every second rushing by, we're losing time. Losing time. You and I. There's a flame in your eye that's igniting mine. I know I've seen it before. In the gaze of a clouded light, I'm not afraid anymore. Let's break the rules. Really put our backs into it. Max out, pursue it. What's a better time than now to cross the line? Don't break, let loose, and make sure that your heart is in it. Start line to finish. For every second rushing by, we're losing time. Let's break the rules and really put our backs into it. What's a better time than now to cross the line? Don't break, let loose, and make sure that your heart is in it. For every second rushing by, we're losing time. We're losing time.
Hello there. Are you finally ready to fight to put this fucking episode out of its misery? Hello, everybody. If you're curious as to what that song was, that was Break the Rules from the Payday 2 soundtrack. That is the tune that plays during the Scarface heist that sadly you can't get anymore. How am I?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fucking fine.
I'm a fucking mess. Yeah, so. Also, that's not Arlo. That's Conan O'Brien. So as I teased earlier in my Discord, there is going to be a couple of new rules going forward for Clear for Battle that allows me to make sure that everybody gets their work reviewed, because I know that it's been a little bit frustrating for some folks watching some people be chosen over them, and some people get repeatedly chosen because the wheel for some reason likes them, and I don't have any control over that. So instead of having to pick favorites, I've decided that the best course of action going forward is that while you'll be able to still get live reviews on this series, I will be reviewing every as every single moveset submitted that isn't reviewed here on this series live, I'll be doing it like comments wise. I'll be doing it with text. I'll be going through your movesets. I'll be like leaving comments on stuff that needs to be improved and stuff like that, just to make sure that everybody gets the feedback that they need. And honestly, it opens the door, in my opinion, for the possibility that you guys have a chance to put some of the advice I give you into your future work. Because while I'm appreciative that a lot of people like to submit a lot of movesets, especially ones that they've made in the past, one of the biggest problems is that while you're consistently submitting stuff from the past, chances are high you're going to run into common issues over and over and over again. So, honestly, I would prefer it if you... While I'm glad that you have a lot of moves that you want to show, I'm kind of almost on the fence about constant new movesets. I almost want to see you guys take the advice I give you and make it work in real time by resubmitting old stuff that you've already submitted. Because then that gives me a clear indication that you understand the feedback and that you're actually improving, instead of, again, I've made all these movesets, I'm going to submit them all at once, and they all have potentially a lot of the same common issues. Also, another thing going forward, all movesets reviewed on this show are now locked to a 45-minute timer at most. When 45 minutes are up, the live review is over. If I do not finish the moveset inside 45 minutes, then I will finish reviewing that moveset via comments and text. This is just to make sure that we don't have any problems going forward. And we don't have to do any more 0.5s or 0.295s. But again, it doesn't matter because, as I said before, everybody is going to get their work reviewed. It might just not all be done live. But as for what's planned today, we're going to be looking at 2 movesets first, and then, depending on how much time we have left, we're going to do a couple of spins of the wheel. I will be here for like 4 hours, so until like 5 o'clock. So I've already spent like a few minutes explaining everything. Hello, Levi. I'm glad you're here because guess what? Where's my desktop? No, that's my Discord. I don't need you to see that. There we go. You're up first! Is the time limit applying during this stream, since this is a catch-up stream, or only future streams? Only future streams. I also need to hammer this in. Going forward, you need to submit your work in a format where I can actively comment and review it via text. I don't want to have to make a Smashboards account again to review your moveset if I don't get to you. I saw somebody submit on Reddit. That's possible as long as it's not archived. I have a Reddit account that I don't really use for anything anymore, so I can still comment there. But I don't want to make a fucking Smashboards account. Just make sure it's in a format where I can actually properly review it. But yes, the time limit is not applicable to this stream. So like docs, exactly. Like this. As a matter of fact, I might actually just outright state that Google Documents probably should be the way to go. Unless you're doing like a video, which is also allowed, which is also very easy to comment on. Just make sure it's in a format that I can easily, leave my feedback on without having to jump through a bunch of hoops and making a bunch of different accounts for different sites. Also, yes, I forgot to mention, happy first day of June! Remember how I said that May was going to be a very busy month for me and there was going to be a lot coming? Gee, I sure wish that I knew that my fucking commission, like the guy commissioned for models, wasn't going to go fucking radio silent for the entire month and literally throw off like 3 different projects at once. Because that was fun. It's fine, new video coming this week. Like, next week. Today's technically the last day of the week, but you get the point. Anyways, we're gonna start now. Been about 15 minutes of, music and exposition, so we're gonna start. Let me know if the music is too loud. Okay, so, Leila by Levi. Moveset intentions. Leila is an all-rounder with tricks up her sleeve, allowing her to be flexible, being up close and afar. Makes sense. All-rounders are jack of all trades, master of none most of the time. Unless you're, Akuma, which in case you're an all-rounder, but you're an all-rounder because you do everything so well that it doesn't really matter how you play the game. Also, I should mention, I do not play Genshin Impact. I know nothing about Genshin Impact for the most part. So, if there's references to that game, there's chances I'm not gonna really get them. Also, if you're curious as to how I know this is a Genshin Impact character, I mean, fucking look at it, it's a Genshin Impact character. Basic attacks. Jab. Leila does 2 swift slashes with her sword. Now, is this something that you can Gatling, or is this something that is like Marth, where the second hit just knocks them away? That's my question. It's always a toss-up between Genshin and Honkai. They're so fucking close to each other. You might as well just call them the exact same thing. I was thinking the latter. Okay. Interesting you went with a 2-hit jab combo. You don't see many of those anymore. I'm trying to think of the last, character that had a 2-hit jab combo that wasn't, transitioned into a full combo at some point in the series. And I want to say it was probably Villager. A dash attack, Leila jumps and falls with her sword swung overhead. Sounds fairly similar to Link, and right away, Levi, the one thing I like to just say going forward is just describe a little bit more of what each move does. Like, I know it's kind of hard to get stuff past the text if there's not like images to go along with it, but more description usually helps alleviate the lack of images somewhat. So yeah, maybe going forward, just describe a little bit more what each move does. I mean, so for the most part, this is fine. You know, it basically just is a quick description of what each move is. But a little bit more detailed never hurt anybody. Forward tilt, Leila does an underhand sword swing. Up tilt, Leila does a vertical stab upwards. And down tilt, Leila does an underhand swing while kneeling, hitting both sides. A down tilt that hits on both sides. It's not common. Again, this is fairly, you know, again, simple, straightforward. There isn't really much discussion on what each move does outside of what it potentially looks like. I think I said this in the Run This Moveset as well, but I think a little bit more description would go a long way. Especially, again, if there's no images to go along with it. If it was like, you know, simple descriptions with like images, I feel that would complement this a lot better, but since there's no images, I would add like a couple of extra sentences to describe how this would work in the moveset itself. Aerial attacks, neutral air, Leila slashes horizontally outward in front of himself, then behind herself, so similar to Marth. Forward air, Leila does an overhand slash with her sword. I think that's supposed to be overhead, not overhand. Back air, Leila does a backhand swing with her sword. Up air creates a halo of stars. And Leila does the plunging attack from Genshin Impact. Again, I don't... I've seen bits and pieces of Genshin Impact's gameplay, but I have no idea what this is. And I feel that this should be doing a better job of explaining or showing me how this works. This is underlined, and I feel like this... Okay, yeah. I was about to say, does this go anywhere? Okay, yeah, you see, I think the Moveset needs a little bit more of stuff like this. So it's a fast fall aerial. That works fine. Smash attack, side smash, Leila thrusts her sword out as a beam of stars. As a beam of stars shoot out of the tip. I've never even played the game. Neither have I. Much to the chagrin of some people that I know. Up smash, Leila thrusts her sword upwards as a geyser of stars shoot out of the tip. And down smash, Leila kneels to the ground and as a shower of stars come close to her. The idea of a thrust followed by a wave of stars sounds clunky. Again, it's probably an ability that would look a lot better if it was complemented by references to the actual game, but just from that description, it doesn't sound super appealing. Also, if I were, in my opinion, instead of having her kneel down to the ground, maybe having her stab her sword into the ground to cause the shower of stars to come down around her would probably be a lot better of an idea. And while shooting beams of stars out of the tip might work for like an up smash, for a side smash it would probably look a little bit clunky. So why not like a big sword swing that when it makes contact with the ground, it creates like a wave of stars around it? Yeah, camp, exactly. Visual aids can go a long way. I think that that is definitely something that should be used by everybody. Just to, you know, not only just help me, but also just help anybody else that would review your work as well. Grab and throws. Leila grabs with her empty hand, stabs with her sword. Interesting. I don't think there's a single swordsman in Smash that actually pummels by hitting somebody with their sword. Leila twirls the opponent in front of her for her forward throw, twirls them behind her back for back throw, up into the sky for up throw, and shoves them into the ground and stabs. I'll definitely say that while, again, I think a little bit more of a description on how they could be used would be appreciative, I like that you got the idea down that throws are supposed to be something, you know, very quick and very simple, usually 2 parts at most before, you know, the opponent is launched. So, with a little bit more description, I think that these are all perfectly serviceable for what they're supposed to be. But I would like to know, like, what is the utility of the throw? Like, is this throw a combo throw? Is this throw a kill throw? What can I do off of these? Shulk does it, but he doesn't actually use the blade of his sword. Yeah, he hits him with the hilt. There aren't really also many swordsmen that actually hit people with their swords for their throws either. Special moves. Neutral special, Star Slasher. Leila does a series of slashes, releasing particles of stars as projectiles. Now, if there's any place that I think absolutely needs visual references and a ton of description to show how the moves work, it's absolutely the special moves. Because I'm not really getting much from this. It's hard to really picture how exactly this would work in Smash without, again, references to go off of. And I know for a fact that these are probably the moves that like the special moves that she can use in Genshin Impact, because I know that each character has their own set of unique abilities, and they have, you know, ultimate abilities and stuff like that, and installs and shit like that. So I think if there's any place that really needs to be fleshed out, it's definitely this spot right here, because a lot of it is just simple statements. And as somebody that does not know Genshin Impact, I feel like I'm in a little bit of a loss here. Side special, Starburst. Leila throws stars in front of her that explode into multiple stars. Again, I feel that this description is a little bit clunky in of itself. Throw stars that explode into more stars. How they, what is their travel path? How do they explode outwards? How much range does it cover? Stuff like this. Because again, I'm not really given much to go off of here. Up special, Speed of Light. Leila does a jump into a bunch of starry particles and appears elsewhere. This one is a little bit, again, it's straightforward, so it's easier to it's more straightforward, so it's easier to understand. I mean, it's just a recovery special. Down special, Starfield. Oh no. Don't let Todd find out. Leila points her sword out as she releases a star projectile. It deals damage but no knockback, but instead puts them to sleep. I don't know how well, actually, no, I was gonna say, I don't know how I feel about projectile sleep, but then, I remembered Hero exists. Hero doesn't get access to it at every given opportunity. There's always a random chance that he can get it or he doesn't get it. Todd? Yeah, Todd Howard, Starfield, Bethesda game. Starfield reference. The name just works. Agreed. I think that a character having constant access to a long-range sleep move is probably not for the best. I think that this move's range would probably need to be fairly limited. Because, again, Hero has a long-range sleep move, but he doesn't always get access to it. He has to be lucky enough for it to show up in his selection of spells with his down special. Just needs to be retooled a little bit. And Final Smash, Dream of the Star Stream Shaker. Leila dances and twirls around and stars start showering all over. It appears like in Genshin Impact, but more intense. I would certainly hope so. This looks like it could be just like a basic special move almost. But again, I think, including stuff like this is absolutely for the best. I don't know if every move needs it, but I think that at least every special move does. Because if there's any part of a character's moveset that needs like the most time and care put into it so that you know how it works, it's definitely the special moves. Because they are by far the most intricate part of any character's moveset whatsoever, whatever. Maybe the down special should be very close range like Mewtwo's Disable. I agree. And even then, Mewtwo's Disable has way more range than Jigglypuff's Sing. The Final Smash is forcing the opponent to spin for a rare character, only to barely miss them for 10 currency and they die of sadness. You know what? They should add a gotcha game assist trophy where you get to spin for a random character and you have a chance to get a really good assist trophy or a really shit assist trophy. And sometimes you don't even get an assist trophy, you just get money. They just adds to your coin count. Additional details. Leila's shield does damage to any melee attackers and gets a visual change to represent how it is in her game. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think shields in of themselves are designed to punish melee attackers, or attackers in general. It is a tool that is specifically designed to punish overaggression and poor placement. If you can catch your opponent making a mistake and you can catch them throwing out a move that's slow and you shield it, you can punish them easily. I do not think that you actually need a shield that hurts people. Though, maybe this could be a special move. I know that counter is overused to an extent, but there is a reason why it is the most common utility in Smash Brothers. I do not think a character constantly having access to the ability to hurt people if they hit her is a good design option. Because that means that there are some characters that literally can't do anything to her if she has her shield up. Yes, I know grab, counter, shield, but not every character has access to moves that can punish this from a range that's outside of grab range. Why did my music stop? Hello? That was weird. Yeah, I do not think that this needs to be something that exists. You could change it into a special move, but as an actual like mechanic for the character, that's a little bit much. You could make it that she can't be shield stabbed like Yoshi can. That's an idea, but yeah, this is not a good idea for a mechanic. So overall, I think that this moveset is a little bit underbaked. I think that there are a lot of things that need to be fleshed out in some way, shape, or form. While the idea of the moveset overall is fine, the way that moves are described is very quick and doesn't really leave a lot to the imagination. And by that I mean I have to overuse my imagination because it doesn't really give me much to visualize. I think that you need to flesh out how each move works. I think that if you cannot give visual references for every single move, then the best thing to do is just describe the move as much as you can. Not an over excessive amount, but enough that I can get an idea of how it works without needing a visual aid. But I think that special moves are somewhere where a visual aid is definitely necessary in some way, shape, or form. Even if the visual aid isn't one for one how the move looks, I think that that's the best way to go about it. And I think that's pretty much all she wrote on that one. Just flesh it out a little bit more. Give visual references and more description for your specials. The grabs, for the most part, are fine. You could tell more about, what you could get off of them, but other than that, I think that the grabs and throws are probably the area of the moveset that's the best, because it doesn't need the most description. I'm working on revising my run this moveset. I'll take your advice on Leila. Good. And if you want to resubmit that run this moveset when it's revised, I would highly appreciate it, because it's a great way for me to judge how well you are receiving the feedback that I give you. Okay, well, that was only like 20 minutes and we've already gotten one done. Now for the one that's going to be the next 2 hours of our lives. Sorry, but there's a good chance that this one's going to take a while. I've mentioned this before, but I'm not sure if you recall. This character literally showed up in a single cutscene, so that's pretty fun. I mean, that's fine. My Rauru video is longer than the amount of time that Raru's on screen in Tears of the Kingdom, so make of that what you will. Also, I recommend you zoom to like one. Yeah, Kagetsu Mugi, the Heretical Puppeteer, series, Monster Girl Quest Paradox RPG, an incredibly mysterious individual living within the Puppeteer's tower, having encountered Luca and his party only once to aid his endeavors. Kagetsu Mugi is the fourth Puppeteer to hold her name. Kagetsu Mugi is more of a title than anything given to the infamous line of heretical monsters. Her feminine line possessing forbidden puppetry skills outclassing even the arces of LaCroix, Kagetsu Mugi is naturally an expert in all related fields of magic craft, such as necromancy, alchemy, and spiritualism. Moveset inspiration: Eldritch the Golden Lord, LaCroix, New 13. Oh, that's interesting. Steve, Testament. Oh, it's Strive Testament, not the good Testament from Accent Core. Hero Luca and Black Dahlia. I don't think I need to know about, the intro, stand animation, crouch animation. Well, it's nice that these have descriptions. They're not overly necessary to the design. Airspeed below average, air acceleration average, ground speed below average, jump height below average, and fall speed average, weight of 82. That's fairly low. Even with that unknowingly heavy box, Kagetsu Mugi is a very light fighter, tied with Falco in weight, while this in her smaller size may save her from some combos. Thank you, game. Thank you. I know that. You don't need to tell me this every time I open a document. May save her from some combos. That movement speed certainly doesn't do her weight any favors. She's around the same size as Mario. Average damage is low to very high. Kagetsu Mugi's damage is a fickle case. On one hand, her generally poor normals hardly have any synergy, mostly just allowing short bursts of damage and covering specific weaknesses. However, once she gains access to resources and her minions, Kagetsu Mugi's damage absolutely skyrockets given her player is dexterous enough to perform her intricate combos. Average kill power is below average. Kill power is generally low across the board with only a few exceptions. She must work very hard to net her kills or at least deal plenty of damage to have any hope of killing. Playstyle and archetype. Playstyle is Puppet Master. For the record, Puppet users don't... Puppet is not an archetype. Puppet is a character trait. Puppet characters can be rushdown, they can be zoners, they can be a bunch of things. Usually, they're either rushdown or they're zoners. There's no such thing as a puppet grappler yet. But it could exist someday. Kagetsu Mugi is a frail trapping-focused character with only one true desire, completing our dominance of her opponent's every movement, as if they were a puppet of her own. Naturally, as an expert of all sects of magicraft, Kagetsu Mugi isn't restricted to puppeteering, each of her specials representing its own field of magicraft and having their own varied uses across her toolkit, giving her a Excuse me. Pardon. Something went down the wrong way. Giving her a veritable arsenal of utility-focused moves for any given situation. Additionally, while each move is very simple on its own, every aspect of her kit naturally builds atop itself to form a very complex and not necessarily confusing game plan. No puppet grappler, melee/brawl ice climbers. They weren't really grapplers, though. That was more just of exploiting a bug. I would also barely consider Ice Climbers a puppet character. But of course, Kagetsumugi isn't left to fend on her own. She possesses a vast army of puppets, some created from scratch, others built upon the once dead corpses of previous monster lords. While they aren't particularly spectacular on their own, she has plenty of her own ways to modify, enhance, or give orders to each doll she places on screen, allowing her to alter their function on the fly for whatever purpose she may desire. The core of Kagetsumugi's game plan revolves around her resources, finding a way to delay her opponent and keep them occupied long enough for her to amass more resources. And finally cash in to perform devastating setup heavy and notoriously finger-breaking side special combos. Her damage in and of itself is quite poor, yet if she has enough time to prepare, she can melt an unprepared opponent off of a single touch. By this description, she's a zoner. What I'm being described sounds a lot like a zoner. Disadvantages: frail, generally poor movement despite weight class. Requires resources to snowball, generally poor normals. Low damage output without resources. Combos require incredible dexterity. Generally extremely difficult. Has zero source material. Like, damn. Damn. Her gimmick. Or her mechanic. I don't like the word gimmick. Tengu doll. While Kagetsumugi naturally commands a vast army of immensely powerful puppets, the most humble of which lies by her side at all times, a completely autonomous doll resembling a Tengu that purchases upon her hand while she is idle, and otherwise flies a short distance behind the puppet master as she moves. Tengu is unique in that while she can be knocked around, briefly recoiling back before flying back on, of course, she has unlimited health, merely dropping a few feathers every time she is smacked. Quite a nice bonus, but what does she actually do other than flying around and looking cute? Tengu single-handedly helps make up for Kagetsumugi's fairly poor normals, it makes up the bulk of her strong zoning and setup games. Oh, so she's Duck Hunt. In a sense. Pressing the attack button and holding the stick in a certain direction during the active frames of certain moves will see Tengu rapidly flying in the direction the stick was held, slamming into whoever may be in her path. If performed as a follow-up after hitting an opponent with the normal in question, Tengu will not track her opponent, forcing the user to aim. The slam will deal a clean 5% damage and is incapable of killing her opponent sent flying whatever direction Tengu was sent in. To prevent this from getting too out of hand, Tengu has a 3-second cooldown after each attack, whether she misses or hits. I can see where the inspiration of Strive Testament is coming from with that. Slowly flying back to Kagetsumugi while visibly dizzy, not to mention the slam is incredibly unsafe on shield, usually leaving Kagetsumugi unsafe if she whiffs a move too close. Additionally, Tengu will be unable to attack if performing another action or while stunned from being hit. Tengu, of course, has a couple more uses. If she is sent in the direction of an item, she will grab it up in her talons and return to Kagetsumugi, continuing to hold that item until the puppet master uses her shield special to retrieve it. Likewise, if Kagetsumugi is already holding an item, her shield special will store it on Tengu. Why reserve such an input for something as simple as grabbing an item? Of course, to free up our normals and free up Tengu's attacks, Tengu will continue to hold the item while attacking, whipping the item towards her nearest opponent if she passes them by, or simply using the item on contact if she collides with them. This may seem somewhat specific in use until you tie it with Kagetsumugi's abilities to brew potions. We'll get there, don't worry. What else can the Puppet Master's trusty right hand bring to the table? Of course, she can interact with Kagetsumugi's other dolls. Each of Kagetsumugi's 4 main dolls are fairly simple in purpose. Although sending Tengu over will cause them to perform a particular action or enter a buff state. Tengu will linger around said doll for about 5 seconds before returning after doing so, leaving Kagetsumugi without her service for a short while. Fair price to pay for what she may receive in turn. Additionally, if she sends an item carrying Tengu towards a doll, she will instead hand it to them, allowing the doll to throw around the item themselves. Of course, Her uses don't end here, although we can go into the rest as we go. Magicraft Artifice, sitting within the legendary puppeteer Strawbox, is nothing short of a mobile atelier. The weight, thankfully balanced out by her monster-like strength and what is likely a whole slew of spells. Kagutsumugi's box is a mobile laboratory, necrotorium, or whatever else she may need for the on-the-go magic crafting. But of course, while her tools are always readily accessible, her resources to perform her arts are not. Thus, Kagutsumugi must carefully juggle 3 core resources: string, cloth, and herbs. These resources do not remain across stocks, although they do refill to their base amount each time Kagutsumugi respawns. String is the most readily available and useful of Kagutsumugi's resources, plentiful in both uses and methods of acquiry. She simply gains one thread of string every 3 seconds. That's a fairly long time. No strings attached. While she has no other methods of acquiring the stuff, she starts the stock with 5 full threads on hand. Manchurian's cap of 10 threads that can be held at once. Although this cap is generous, it does wear thin rather quickly thanks to how frequently she uses the string, encouraging Kagutsumugi's every action to be deliberate. Second in importance to her string is her cloth, a simple magically enhanced fabric that the puppet master gains by striking her opponents. If you can suspend your belief here in terms of how it actually works out. I mean, I've had many mechanics where you beat the shit out of somebody to get resources, so I think that's perfectly fine and works way better in the context of a fighting game than mining it all the time. Looking at you, Steve. With a seemingly huge cap of 100 cloth, Kagutsumugi, starting her stock off with 25 in store, gains 1 cloth for every % of damage she deals to her opponent. Simple as that. This cloth cannot be gained via her dolls in most cases, only gained by personally smacking an opponent or using Tengu to strike. Unlike string, which is used liberally throughout her kit, cloth is almost entirely used for doll making, of which the costs vary based on what Kagutsumugi is constructing. I know that you say that this character sounds more like Testament. What you're describing, I know that I'm not very far in, but from what I'm being described, it legitimately sounds like this character is Jacko from Exard Revelator, and not Testament. Am I going to be playing Fortune Street with my characters? It's pretty true, actually. I know the least about XR, to be fair. Last but not least, there are herbs, various semi-magical plants used for alchemy. Kagutsumugi's primary source of buffs for her and her dolls alike. With a starting supply of 5 and a total capacity of 35, herbs have the longest variance between initial supply and the total amount that can be stocked. Deliberately so, thanks to how quickly Kagutsumugi can snowball out of control with a large stock. Herbs are gained by simply walking across the stage, Kagutsumugi gaining 1 herb every training mode tile and a half. While this would usually encourage her to run wildly across the stage, Kagutsumugi's movement isn't particularly great, not to mention her game plan demands precise positioning. Perhaps there's a second way to gain herbs down the line. Where are we starting with? We're starting with Down Special. Unlike with most of my sets that are more so founded off of their normals, Kagutsumugi is built off of her specials through and through. Her entire game plan relies around juggling her 3 main specials: Walking Laboratory, Heretical Dolomancy, and Puppeteer String. Walking Laboratory, 33 frame startup. Hold on now, let's not rush to the best part. While Kagutsumugi's neutral special, her doll crafting special, is easily the core of her game plan, her down special is almost equal in power. An entire alchemy set built into her box that allows you to brew potions and create doll-enhancing talismans on the fly. Before Kagutsumugi can do anything, she has to set up shop. The first held input of Down Special, seeing her quickly throwing together a desk and alchemy set on the spot, drawing forth all the resources from her likely bottomless box. Similar to Steve's, I was about to say, it sounds like Steve's crafting table. This alchemy set remains up on the stage independent of its creator. It's able to be destroyed without taking 30% damage. Quite a lot for a construct as easy to deploy as this. Honestly, while I don't know enough about the character yet, 30% is fairly low. Most characters can do 30% extremely fast. Some characters can do it all at once. And if you're a character that's fairly, you know, slow, and you're not the greatest at holding down the fort without the use of your assistants, maybe upping the damage threshold would be a little bit better. I think 50% is probably fair. It would take a little bit longer for faster characters to destroy it, but if a bigger, heavier character gets close enough, they can destroy it very easily. Hey, I see you editing. You stop that. You're not allowed to edit on the fly while I'm still in the middle of reviewing you. What kind of witchcraft is this? Quite a lot for a construct as easy to deploy as this. Thankfully, the alchemy set desk have no further interaction with opponents and doesn't absorb hits, acts as a platform, or anything of the sort. Regardless, even with the large health pool, pulling a new table is committal enough. The Ketsui would be wise to defend it, or in the worst case, use it as a distraction. Inputting your done special while standing near the kit will see Ketsui crafting one or two things depending on whether the button is held or tapped. A potion or paper talisman. Teasingly waving whatever she produces before her face after creation. All potions cost 10 herbs, all talismans cost 5 cloth, simple enough. Unfortunately, with so little time on her hands to properly focus on her work, Ketsui taps into that mysterious playful nature of hers by simply selling with whatever she makes. The result of her crafting being entirely random. Okay. That could be a problem. Why do I see Faust Guilty Gear on the right? I sincerely hope this isn't a case of what do we have here. However, Ketsui is already holding a talisman. Oh, I jumped ahead. While for most characters, this would result in their playstyle being fairly gimmicky and inconsistent, Ketsui is more than happy to play around with whatever she is given, rather than having to scroll through menus for specific choices. And if not, for whatever reason, she can re-roll by using the alchemy table again, with either item already crafted and equipped, coming in no resource cost and executing far faster in animation. Additionally, if too far away from her alchemy table and willing to lose even more consistency, Ketsui is free to send Tengu to make her something in return. Although whether she makes a potion or talisman will be completely random thanks to Tengu, not really knowing what she's doing. Fair enough. Sacrifice range in order for not always getting what you want, even though technically it's still always a random chance. I love Guilty Gear. I love pre-Strive Milty Gear? I haven't had much sleep. Tengu will create one of the harmful potions as an item, dropping her current item for the new potion if already holding something. Naturally, thanks to the nature of the reroll system, Ketsui can only hold one talisman and potion in their inventory at a time. Oh, thank you for the $5, Pichu. Off topic, but I want to know, what do you think about multiverses and what character did you wish got into that game? I haven't played the re-release of Multiverses yet. I think that Jason Voorhees looks fucking hilarious. but I would probably be playing Rick because I played Rick during the beta and he was extremely fun. As for what character I would want to get in, I know this is cliche, but Godzilla. Just to have Godzilla in a fighting game, like an actual fighting game, it'd be fun. And hopefully they do his moveset justice, because a lot of movesets in multiverses, in my opinion, are fairly hit or miss. Naturally, thanks to the nature of the reroll system, Ketsui can only hold one talisman, one potion in her inventory at a time. The talisman is used via her jab, and her potion is used by tapping her down special while away from the alchemy table. Now let us see what the Puppet Master's second mastery of the magic craft has to offer. Talismans are very cheap, very easy to use, and are packed with utility. Each talisman is purposely built for either buffing or commanding her dolls, having unique effects when slapped upon their heads or upon an opponent's head via jab. Talisman effects can stack, although this is often a fairly slow process thanks to the Puppet Master having to return to her alchemy station to renew her stock. Seal of Aggression. This talisman is very simple, merely increasing the movement speed and aggression of Kagetsurugi's chosen doll by a small amount. If placed on an opponent, Kagetsurugi will increase their movement speed while facing towards her, but entirely halve their movement speed while facing away from her, an incredibly debilitating effect that thankfully lasts for only 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds, he says. That's a very long time. Also feels fairly double-edged sword. Because while the idea of not allowing Sonic to run away half as fast as he could is nice, the thought of him being able to run towards you much, much faster is equally as terrifying. Still more than enough time for Kagetsurugi to take advantage of their forced aggression. It's very much double-edged, gotta be careful. Silent Earth Talisman. The Silent Earth Talisman imbues Kagetsurugi's target with the Spirit of Earth, increasing their endurance. Her chosen doll will now take 0.8 times damage, although they will move marginally slower. This talisman will also be weak to multi-hits, the talisman breaking after the doll receives 10 hits. If placed on an opponent, Kagetsurugi will increase their weight by 5 points and increase their falling speed by 1.2 times. Welcome to Disadvantage Hell for the next 12 seconds. For some characters, sure. For some, I think that for some characters this is actually more of a help than a hindrance. Because giving, like, Falcon already has like one of the worst disadvantage states in the game, so having him giving him a worse disadvantage state really doesn't hurt him nearly as much as giving him a faster falling speed would give him a buff. Because if he feels like the weightiness of like melee Falcon with this, that's kind of busted on his account. Yeah, this sounds like very good. A lot of this sounds like very good double stuff. Seal of Exploration. A very unique talisman that is arguably the strongest of the bunch depending on the player's tendency to use potions. Any doll bearing the Seal of Exploration will gain Kagetsurugi 1 herb per 2 tiles they move. And while they do the exact same to any opponent she places it upon, the talisman falling off an opponent after 10 seconds. Arguably, if it's that strong, I would probably bring that down to like probably half of its time. I don't think you need, again, 10 seconds, I know I say this a lot, but 10 seconds in a game like Smash is like fucking forever. It is a long time. A very potion relying Kagitsumugi is free to use this to her advantage on a psychological level, your opponent more likely moving far less if placed in such a situation, only offering the puppet master more opportunity to toy with them. If you want a fair number, I think that just knocking it down to 5 to match the other talisman before it is probably the best option. Even 5 seconds is a lot of time to, double your resource amount. Essentially. Or, potentially. Chaos Talisman. Chaos Talisman begins a 10-second countdown the moment it is slapped upon a doll, the doll beginning to smoke and blink red as the timer counts down. Finally, after the timer has reached 0, the doll will erupt in a fiery explosion, the size and damage of the explosion depending on the doll. Holy shit, it really is Jacko. Again, I think 10 seconds is a little bit much. Maybe knock it down to like 4 at most. 10 seconds is a long time and more than enough time for pretty much any character to get the fuck away. While the damage is always calculated at 1/3 of the doll's initial HP value, the explosion size varies from a flare size to giga-flare size explosion depending on the doll. Also following HP order, each explosion sends Kagutsumugi's opponent upwards, although their kill percent varies, displayed above each respective doll. If slapped on an opponent, something wildly different happens. It is chaos after all. Kagutsumugi's opponent will be teleported to a random location akin to Abra's teleport effect, or right in front of her strongest currently deployed doll, if she has one on stage. This is almost always an excellent get-off-me tool regardless of its secondary potential as a set-play tool. That is almost a little too different. I think that there should be at least some warning of where the opponent is going to go. I think completely throwing them in a direction they don't expect is not exactly for the best. Chaos is definitely something, but I think that at most, the chaos in Smash should be controlled chaos. It can be nutty, but you always at least have some semblance of control over what's going to happen. Maybe there's a way that the player could potentially influence where they show up. In some way. I'm not entirely sure, but I definitely think that randomly just shoving you somewhere on the screen is probably not the best. Or, if you're going to teleport them somewhere on screen, you should make it like very, very clear that the build-up is very large and something very nutty is about to happen. But for the most part, I think that you shouldn't have a random teleport. Or at least make the locations, like, fixed. Like, when I think of it, I think of something like... Hang on. Like, when I think of, like, a teleport that can send you in multiple locations, I think one of the best examples of it is Psylocke's ninjutsu from the Versus series. Hang on, I'm finding a GIF. And sadly, I can't find a fucking image. But basically, it's a teleport. That you start in one location, and when you start the teleport, you essentially get 4 different locations. Like, 4 locations around you flash. On top of the one around you. So it's basically like, you can go to one of any of these spots, or you could stay right where you're standing. So maybe you get something like that before you teleport, so it's like, oh, you have a chance to just pop up here. Potions. Potions are Kaketsumugi's only real use for herbs, and as such are quite powerful. Depending on either their use as a weapon or consumable, Kaketsumugi will use them as such while tapping down special, consuming beneficial potions, and equipping harmful ones as throwable items. Due to the harmful potions acting as items, she can of course use Tengu as a method for storing them. Volatile storage at that, thanks to her tendency to use up whatever she's holding once she's within range of an opponent. Perhaps there's a doll to amend this. All potion consumption animations are 35 frames long. Which is fine. Awakening Serum, either doing so under a mask or without entirely, depending on her current appearance. Kaketsumugi's piercing eyes will hardly leave her opponent as she gulps down the potion, tossing the empty bottle aside afterwards. After drinking the potion, Kaketsumugi's eyes will turn from the usual yellow hue to a far more threatening crimson red. This state only lasts 15 seconds. Only 15 seconds, yes, with no apparent change, but what does it do? It grants Kaketsumugi access to her horrific monster abilities. What would a Monster Girl Quest moveset be without some body horror? Ah yes, Jetta. While under the effects of the serum, Kaketsumugi's typically poor movement speed is increased to a far more reasonable level as she moves with much more intent. Foregoing her usual lackadaisical moveset for a far more intense, brisk walk and jog respectively. Her potion and doll making is sped up as well, both actions playing in 2/3 of their usual speed. Although she can conjure up talismans of chaos and dread potions from her desk, truly immersed in those malignant thoughts. She also gains access to a crawl, her body contorting ever so slightly as she travels low to the ground at a disturbingly fast pace. Anyways, is brewing a potion and handicapping her options really worth amending a few of her movement issues and doll making speeds? The changes ended here. Kaketsumugi would most grant herself a few opportunities to play offensively instead of adopting her usual playstyle, but of course, her normals changed up a bit as well. Several of Kaketsumugi's attacks gain major offensive buffs. This will be detailed down the line, allowing her to really put the pressure on her opponent while her previously constructed dolls control the stage. If you see that Awakening Serum pop up while she's brewing, you'd best stop her from setting the stage before she makes her grand reveal. Depending on how much this changes, I might have to say that 15 seconds is a little bit too much. Because if 10 seconds is a long time, 15 seconds is a decade in Smash. Living Doll solution. This time, rather than option to forego her usual craftsmanship in face of monstrous brutality, Ketsui downs a potion that gives the drinker the properties of a doll, nobly allowing them to sprout strings from their fingers at will. Under the effects of this potion, which lasts for a total of 10 seconds, Kagetsumigi's current supply of string is rendered endless, the only thing really holding her back from doll making being her reliance on cloth. However, while this is excellent for abusing some doll making, Kagetsumigi's incredible powerful side special is now entirely uncapped, its usual 3-string cost nullified. We haven't gotten there just yet, but put simply, one good opportunity and a single hit of her side special is all the Puppet Master will need to turn the tide of a battle with such a restriction lifted. If that's the case, then I think 10 seconds is a little bit too much. This extends to several of her moves, as many of her strongest set play attacks, such as her down air and grab, rely on string to function. High conductivity napalm. High conductivity napalm is just that, a horrifying combination of napalm and high conductive metal shavings. It is rendered hot as hellfire upon colliding with a surface, and has some serious adverse effects when connecting with anything electrically powered, including automata. These dolls are a combination of machinery and magic, after all. Upon hitting a surface or an opponent, the ball of napalm will explode and spray flaming napalm outwards in all directions. The 20 individual tiny blobs of war crime sticking to any surface it touches, be it opponent, ground, doll, or platform. Each individual blob has a lifetime of 3 to 5 seconds, dealing 0.2 per second. Individually it's stood in, or 0.5 per second if stuck to an opponent. I was going to say that's a little bit, like, the lifetime's maybe a little bit much, but 10 seconds isn't that problematic. Sorry, 10% damage overall makes it not that problematic. Even if the ball hits an opponent directly, the most napalm, they'll be stuck with caps at 10, being in the absolute worst case scenario that assumes each blob lasts for a maximum lifetime. They're taking a total of 25% across every... Okay, maybe that's a little bit much. Maybe that's a little bit much. Maybe just a little bit. Could be worse, of course. I don't know, could it? That's upwards of 125% damage. We don't talk about Bomberman. Whoever submitted Bomberman, I hope you take my criticisms to heart, because that moveset was very interesting. While the stuff doesn't flinch in the opponent after the initial collision with a blob, walking through patches of napalm will slow their movement by 0.8 times, essentially spreading generously sized no-go zones across the stage wherever Kagetsumiga chooses to toss the bottle. I don't know if I agree with a ability that has the potential to deal upwards of 125% damage and slows opponents. 25 is the max. 25 across every hit. And since it says, you know, 0.5 per second, and go up to 25% per second, and you times that by 5, the potential of maximum 5 seconds, that's 125%. No, like, the 25 already calculates every hit. Oh, it's hard capped to 25 because... I'm sorry, the way it's worded, it sounds like it's saying that you take 25% damage every single hit. If you get hit by every single particle. In that case, I would word it just a little bit better, just to make sure that that's, you know, easier to understand, because the way it was worded legitimately sounded like, oh, you're going to be taking 25% across every single time you get hit. In my opinion, I think it'd be better to keep the slow, lower the damage. A slow in of itself is already so strong in games like this. Anything that tends to hinder movement in games where movement is essential is crippling. That's why, while Beautiful Joe is not a very good character in Ultimate Marvel 3, his super that slows people down is pretty much the only reason people use him at any sort of competitive level, because it's literally that good. Now what about the conductive half? If napalm sticks to the doll, minus Tengu, their body will begin to spark and smoke uncontrollably. While doll takes an unavoidable 1% per second, their movement speed and aggression will be increased if stuck with a talisman of aggression. Any contact with their body now stunning an opponent for 20 frames. While the stun is very small, relatively speaking, it makes Ketsumugi's dolls far harder to deal with, especially without disjoints on hand, and of course, gives her even more time to set up. Oh yeah, and it'll make an explosive prime doll detonate on the spot. It's going to be quite useful when paired with Tengu's ability to deliver potions. Ketsumugi is able to send her little helper directly towards an explosive prime doll to detonate them from whenever she pleases. Or wherever she pleases, correction. I don't know if you should overlap the ability of increased movement speed and aggression. I think that you should keep that aspect of the doll, that aspect of the talisman aggression, to it being its own thing, instead of, overlapping. Because at this point, I ask myself, if I get the same effects out of this as I do, like, the talisman of aggression, why would I want to use the talisman of aggression on the doll? Dread Poison, a deep purple liquid housed within a particularly heavily sealed bottle. The Dread Poison awakens the mortality within whatever it touches, both being highly toxic and corrosive simultaneously. This substance is far deadlier than any napalm, although as a result it is capable of harming its master as well, so do handle with care. Upon hitting a surface or an opponent, the ball of poison will shatter and let loose a decently sized cloud of deep purple poison, similarly visual to the one produced by Piranha Plant. It functions similarly as well, rapidly damaging whatever may stand within it, be a man or machine, dealing an unflinching 0.3% in rapid intervals to whatever is foolish enough to linger within it. This damage racks up incredibly fast, dealing a total of 55% across all of its hits during the cloud's 6-second duration. And, if that weren't enough, taking only a single hit of the poison will have a lingering effect on whatever touches it, dealing a whole 10% over the course of 10 seconds. Thankfully, this effect cannot stack, although the timer is reset to 10 for every hit of poison in the main cloud. How many pages? Oh, it's 40. We're already on page 11. We're making good time. We haven't even been at this for an hour yet. But yeah, I think that there's some things about this that need to be a little bit revised. I think, considering this is rapid damage and the timer resets to 10 for every hit of poison in the main cloud, you're pretty much just going to be going, since getting out of the cloud will take at least some time, it's going to basically just go to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 for at least like 7 to 8 of those hits. So my thought process is maybe we need to do a little bit of a reduction about this move altogether. I think that it doesn't need to last for 6 seconds. That could be maybe go down to like 3. I know for a fact that Piranha Plant's cloud does not last that long. I think that you can keep the extra damage over time, but I don't think you need to have it so that it resets to 10. The Dread Poison is an even scarier, longer-lasting, and far more damaging alternative to the Napalm, although the one huge caveat that sees on equal footing its ability to harm Kiketsumugi and her dolls in turn. If Kiketsumugi is too carelessly plopped down a cloud out of the stuff, her opponent could very well take advantage of it and use it against her, more notably against her dolls. However, with proper timing and setup, this lethal poison can very well allow Kiketsumugi to completely dominate the match. Yeah, I think that while I think you can keep like the rapid damage up to 55% if you stay in the cloud, because again, why would you stand in the fucking cloud if you can afford to get out of it? Most characters are fast enough to get out of the cloud before taking at least a third to a half of that damage. It also would probably be fairly weak on shield. So you could probably just block it. But, you know, blocking has the potential to leave them open to potential setups if you're willing to poison yourself in the process. But I just think that 6 seconds is a little bit too long for something that's this effective. You could even knock down the whole 10% over 10 seconds thing. You could even drop it down to like 10% in 5. So you're taking 2% every 1 second. Okay, that's down special. Overall, since this is, you know, we're starting here, it's kind of, some of this stuff I think does need to be readjusted in some way, shape, or form for being just a little bit too overtuned. I'm more curious to see how much of my thoughts on this so far is going to change with how this stuff affects the moves around it, because while I appreciate starting with the specials and arguably the most important part of the character, it's hard for me to judge just how strong this is in tandem with her other tools, because I don't know what her other tools do yet. So my thoughts are not set in stone just yet, they might change. Neutral special, Heretical Dulmancy. Kiketsumugi smiles playfully. She pulls her box out from behind her body, cracking open the top as she shuffles around within, very slow and starting cancel. While digging through her box, Kiketsumugi is presented with a 4-part Monado-esque wheel, each wheel offering her a craftable doll with her respective costs and summon limits, the display also showing her current resource stockpile and stored potion/talisman, rather than having them displayed above her fighter icon. After all, how could you know what you have stocked without checking? While this move is clearly quite committal to even hop open for a quick resource check, this limitation is overcome in the air, the wheel and her resource values appearing instantaneously in the air. I don't know if it needs to be instantaneous. Could be made faster, you know, if you decide to like short hop it. But I don't know if I agree with instantaneous. Although each potion is grayed out, preventing the Puppet Master from crafting her minions with no lag drawbacks. This may seem like an unnecessary extra step to merely check up on resources and see what is required for each doll, although this additional step has a couple of purposes. On the basis level, it gives Kiketsumugi a far more tactile feel, having to manually check on her resources. As an additional input to add more meat to her gameplay, while adding some visual flair absent in most meter-based characters. And if you truly dig deep into what this may mean gameplay-wise, a Kiketsumugi player checking the resources frequently is far less scary than one who memorizes and conceals their supply to their opponents. Once Kiketsumugi selects one of her options, she will build the doll on the spot, expertly throwing her craft together in a storm of string and cloth. making the start of these summons impressively short, although variable per doll. First doll she can make is the Curse doll. Crafting requirements 3 string, 15 cloth, spawn limits 3 dolls, time limits are 18 frames, 20 HP. Explosion kill at 200%. A small yet very simple Japanese style doll born from the spirit of a dead human girl. Curse doll is the simplest and easiest to produce of Ketsui puppets. Her health is low, although quite impressive given her ease of production and small frame, making an army of Curse dolls quite a bit tankier than you'd imagine, although each individual doll does not absorb hits and are light enough to knock away with ease. I feel like Robin or Rob could kill an army of these things with one shot, because they have abilities that pierce. Hell, Byleth too if you fully charge his neutral special. Curse dolls, while playfully as they aimlessly wander around the stage, not particularly seeking out opponents until they are very close, where they will pursue it at a slow pace and attempt to perform their single attack, a simple shield ignoring push that deals 2%, immediately placing their opponent into an instant but plenty reactable tech situation. If they fail to attack or if Curse doll otherwise wanders upon a prone opponent, she will laugh cheerfully as her black hair expands and ties around her opponent's lips, forcing them to mash free. While this state is easy to mash out of, especially at lower percents, the animation of freeing oneself is lengthy enough that Ketsui can skip over and start her offense, or otherwise capitalize on the save time. Overall, Curse doll is a very simple yet versatile tool in Ketsui's kit. While she takes talismans well, she is fairly hard to deal with with more precise hitboxes, and her signature push attack entirely ignores shields. A simple Curse doll equipped with a seal of aggression is fairly scary on its own thanks to its factor alone, her usual aimless nature suddenly demanding far more attention as she actively seeks her opponent. Okay. I think for the most part it's fine. There's just a couple of things that I'm a little bit concerned about. Not so much in what it can do, but in larger numbers. And my major concern is basically what I like to refer to as a stun lock. I think that while the ability to force them into a tech situation that if they don't react, they get punished is fine, I think that if you make an army of these things and you constantly stick your opponent into from grab, they break out, to another grab, they break out, to another grab, they break out, I think there needs to be somewhat of a cooldown before another doll can grab you or push you. I mean, it counts as a grab, so wouldn't there be grab invulnerability? It depends. Grab invulnerability is a little bit weird in Smash, especially if there's more than 2 people playing at the same time. I just feel that a buffer window between when each doll can grab would probably be best if there's multiple on the field at the exact same time, just so that your opponent isn't stuck in a fucking... Either way, I will admit some things get a little chain grabby down the line. Nothing actually infinite, but Ketsui really shows her grappler side with throws. I think chain grabs go hard within reason, not gonna lie. I think chain grabs in and themselves work if there's more to chain grabs than just the grabs themselves. In that, you know, it's like grab into something else, into grab into something else, into grab into something else. I would also potentially limit how much stage space they have. You're in luck, maybe. Honestly, her throws may irk you the most, but we'll get there. I think instead of wandering aimlessly, that they should have a set range that they can travel. Which in turn would force you to be more creative with your placement. Maybe they can't walk off of platforms. Maybe if you put one on a platform that they're not allowed to leave it. I just think, again, chaos is fun, but there needs to be some control to the chaos. Makuro doll. Requirements 7 string, 30 cloth. Spawn limit 2 dolls. Build time 22 frames, 45 HP. Explosion kill 110%. A human-sized doll possessed by a hateful spirit, first created in another world and later mass replicated by Ketsui. Makuro is a far more expensive yet far deadlier and more reliable puppet. While a much easier target than the cursed doll, taller in height than Ketsui herself, Makuro possesses a far more generous health pool than her smaller kin, with much more weight that sees her being much harder to knock aside. Where cursed doll possessed only a single attack with no real AI, Makuro slowly stalks her opponent within the half-stage distance of them. Motionless eyes staring them down as she slowly walks in their direction, speeding up noticeably if their back is turned. The resulting attack depends on what angle she approaches her opponent from. If approaching from the front, she will opponent an underhand clawed finger strike, and if approaching from behind, she will catch your opponent in a brutal stranglehold. If no opponent is nearby, Makuro will patrol the stage aimlessly. Again, I think a set area is much better than just wandering around aimlessly. Choosing to follow Ketsui closely if the puppet master is walking. First of the 2 attacks, the Claw Strike is an impressive 5 frames startup with a generous 8 frames of activity, dealing 8.4% on hit and causing her opponent to stagger backwards for a few frames. While she cannot properly capitalize on this stagger with another attack, her opponent can really retaliate without risking another hit. The only proper options being a roll or simply putting up shield, of which this move deals plenty of damage against. It's an excellent melee pressure tool that can quickly rack up lots of damage if her opponent responds poorly. It is easy to escape with a roll and therefore isn't entirely focused upon locking Ketsui's opponent down, although their escape options are limited and easier to read. The second and far scarier attack is Makuro's Stranglehold, a true command grab that she performs against back-turned opponent, capable of grabbing them from the front if already attempting the grab. Unlike Cursed Doll's mash state, which is fairly easy to free oneself from, Makuro's grab requires a full second of mashing minimum, a whole 5 seconds maximum, around 200%. Although adding far more pressure is what Makuro does during the grab, actively strangling the life out of her opponent with her arms, dealing 3.2% every half second. That's a lot of pummel damage. That Snake's a little bit jealous. This damage can add up very quickly, especially at higher percentages, where a grab is far harder to break free from. And of course, Ketsui is free to take advantage of this time to make more dolls and gather resources, or possibly snake your opponent free from Makuro's grip to deal some damage with side special. Notably, if primed to explode, Makuro will do so immediately after grabbing an opponent, threatening a fairly early kill or at the very least plenty of damage. Let's see. I think the only thing that I really need to say is that I feel the same way about this as that I do with this. I think that having a limit of where this doll can travel is probably for the best. And while it says there can be 2, honestly, for something that's that strong, I'd argue that maybe you should make it that you can only have 1, but they have a much larger stage. They have a larger area that they can travel around the stage. I feel that's probably for the best. And then there's junk dolls. Crafting requirements 1 string, 30 cloth, 4 dolls destroyed prior. Spawn limit 1 doll, build time 30 frames, HP 60, kill explosion 65%. An eerie amalgamation of discarded dolls, their multiple clash of personalities and grudges, granting them a chaotic and sadistic overall mentality. The junk dolls function as an unpredictable space-controlling tank. They are the largest of Ketsumugi's dolls, similar in height and width to Bowser, paired with incredible weight and constant 8% armor, not to mention they properly absorb hits, unlike the other dolls, potentially taking a hit from their master. What else? Well, with such a massive frame, the junk dolls naturally act as a mobile wall and platform at all times. While Ketsumugi is free to pass through them and stand on their back as normal, her opponents aren't quite as lucky. Their surface hazardous while their sides act as impassable walls. While intimidating, the junk dolls don't offer all too much in terms of offense. They creepily skitter along the stage on their multiple legs like a spider, slowing down significantly while Ketsumugi is close so that their master can take advantage of their size to protect herself, or use them as a wall to combo off of. They do not actively seek out opponents, although anybody that dares stand on top of them will be smacked upwards by several flailing arms. Each of the individual dolls too busy fighting over their potential catch to actually do anything substantial. This smack deals 6.5% damage and fairly low knockback, nobly allowing Ketsumugi to either start a brief combo or get a free snipe with Tengu. Adding even more to her general utility, junk dolls are unique in that they will never throw or drop a potion or item handed to them by Tengu, and can hold 2 at once. 1 item on each side of their body. These items cannot be nabbed by opponents, but are easily grabbed by Ketsumugi, allowing the junk dolls to act as a tanky receptacle for the puppet master's various potions. While they aren't particularly impressive offensively, and while very difficult to build, the junk dolls are an incredible tool for patching up Ketsumugi's terrible defense, providing general utility. They have very high HP, which can be boosted much further with the Silent Earth Talisman. They are also incredibly frightening when primed to explode, despite their slow speed. The resulting explosion is absolutely huge and powerful after all. An exploding junk doll is notable for also detonating whatever potions they may hold, potentially lethally coating a portion of the stage with poison and hot napalm if equipped properly. Okay, so I have a little bit more of an issue with this one than the previous ones, and I think it's mainly just the idea that it's too much at once. I think that the idea of you essentially getting a wall that allows you to, prepare things is strong enough on its own, as we have already clearly seen in Smash through Steve and his ability to build walls. I think that on top of, being something that some characters are generally going to be, it's going to be very difficult for some characters to move around. I think that for the most part that they don't need to hold anything. I think that should be something that holds them back. If they do hold things, setting them to detonate doesn't activate the potions whatsoever, and if you have something on them, you just lose it. There needs to be some sort of utility cap with this. It's too much at once, essentially. And then there's Alephis. Crafting requirements 10 string, 90 cloth, Talisman of Chaos. Spawn limit $1 per match, 99 frame. Build time 200 HP. Explosion kill 25%. The successor to the almighty Black Alice herself, Alephis the Ninth, has been resurrected with necromancy and twisted with dulmancy to serve Ketsumugi and her former Onesama alike. As such, be wary of facing Black Alice in the match with a successor by your side, lest she abruptly turns on you at the last moment. When she's turned against you in favor of probably abusing, she wins you the match. Not literally, of course, but Alephis the Ninth is literally the most complicated, self-sufficient, and long-lasting doll. Ketsumugi's arsenal packed to the brim with utility. Armed with a staggering 200 HP, absurdly powerful moves, and a completely self-reliant CPU-like AI, Alafis the Ninth is plenty tempting to build, although saving up for such an action will cost Ketsui dearly, something that absolutely isn't fit for faster-paced matchups. While her movement is fairly slow for the sake of balance, Alafis the Ninth acts as an entirely intelligent CPU, hunting her opponent down no matter how far away they may be. While her expression may seem blank for the most part, getting within a certain range of an opponent will see her expression taking on a far more sadistic appearance. Naturally, this more aggressive state is always active as she is tagged with the seal of aggression. Alafis the Ninth has access to 2 notable grounded moves, one notable airborne move, and 1 move that she will exclusively use after Ketsui lands a hit with Tengu. Her 2 grounded moves consist of a long yet slow 25-frame startup hit grab with a tentacle, a speedier 12-frame knife hand strike with her mechanical right arm. The hit grab can be angled in any direction, while the knife hand will always remain the same. Alafis will favor the tentacle at longer ranges and aim for landing the knife hand when closer up. If she successfully grabs an opponent with her tentacle, a wide-eyed smile reminiscent of her big sister's iconic gaze appears upon her face. She violently whips them against the ground towards Ketsumugi's current location, dealing 12.3 on contact with the surface. Noticeable for the slam being untechable, that's just ground slams in general and ultimate. This ground balance property and fairly long startup offers Ketsumugi more than enough time to prepare for an incoming opponent. This move, despite the slow startup, is pretty terrifying considering its nature as a long-range combo starting hit grab, especially if Alafis opts to use it as an anti-air. Thankfully, the tentacle isn't a disjoint, meaning a property timed sword swipe will typically win out. Still, that's a lot to think about with other dolls on screen. Alafis' knife hand strike is much simpler despite its appearance. If she strikes an opponent, she will grin as ghostly blue electricity courses down the length of her arm, lifting your opponent up the air by their chest, and a large magical explosion erupts from her hand. Deals 2.2%, explosion deals 18.2%, and killing as early as 70% at the ledge. This move is unique in that, while acting as a hit grab, Alafis is granted full invincibility upon successfully striking an opponent, as if she were performing a throw animation. Otherwise, this move is thankfully very unsafe against shield, and only has average range despite dealing some decent shield damage. If in the air, something fairly infrequent for Alafis unless her opponent simply won't get down from there, Alafis will contort her body as she jabs a large spiral-like leg in the direction of her opponent, aiming to skewer them for 15.5% damage. 18 frames of startup has very substantially disjointed range. Unholy amount of hit stop, allowing Ketsumugi for more than enough time to jog over and capitalize. However, after the hit stop wears off, this move thankfully almost never kills, despite its high base knockback. Alafis will notably use this move as often as possible if Ketsumugi throws an opponent in her direction. Last of her actual attacks, arguably most defining move thanks to its range, Alafis will whip her arm in the direction of her opponent and fire a blue laser with infinite range. I don't know how good I feel about that. After they have been struck by Tengu, this laser pierces opponents and other dolls, capable of harming any doll that dare step in her line of fire. This move deals 6.4% damage and briefly stuns her opponent before they resume flying in their current direction, allowing for harrowing combo extensions and plenty of extra damage to pile into Ketsumugi's side special combos. Fucking why did you stop? Yes. I hate when YouTube does that. It also makes Tengu's strikes safe on shield point blank, allowing Ketsumugi to actually get away with whiffing her unsafe Tengu commanding moves in most cases. This is easily the most versatile move Alafis offers, single-handedly granting Ketsumugi entirely new combo routes off of a Tengu follow-up. Although there is one major caveat, Alafis' arm will have to recharge after firing the laser, slapping on a 7-second delay between blasts. This requires some fairly keen awareness when paired with Tengu's own 3-second cooldown. Okay. That's a lot. And it's an even bigger problem than the one that came before it. While the build time is excessive, while this is a little bit much, I don't even really know where to start with this one, honestly. I feel this is absolutely overtuned. I don't think that needs to be, explained too much. It absolutely is overtuned. There are many aspects of this doll in particular that need to be toned down, especially if it's being paired on the screen with other active dolls. I think that if you want to have something like this active on the screen, you have to sacrifice. You either have to nerf it down so that it's not as overbearingly overpowered as it currently is, especially when paired with the other potential of the other dolls, or summoning it immediately destroys all other dolls on the field. And even then, I would argue that it still needs to be toned down in some spots. Honestly, the way that this is described, it almost feels like this should be the final smash instead of an actual special move. I was away for a while. What did I miss? We're just talking about a killer doll that has some very overtuned stats that need to be adjusted in at least some way, shape, or form. How overtuned? Essentially, the best way to describe it is it's a very powerful assist trophy on your side that has active AI that moves on its own, has its own set list of attacks, and if you set it to explode, it can kill your opponent as early as 25%. It says you can only have one per match, but even then, I think that that's still, a little bit excessive, especially when the thing has 200 HP. There's a lot about this one that definitely needs to be changed around in some way, shape, or form. Especially since fighting this thing adds nothing to fighting the actual character that summoned it. So hurting this doesn't hurt the user. So in turn, it needs to be changed in some way, shape, or form. Hell, if you wanted to make it a little bit more fair, I think that there needs to be some restriction on how she's used in a fight. If you want to keep the big strong buttons and the big fucking health pool, maybe, again, you have to destroy all your active dolls to summon her. Or you can't use seals on her. And she just does her own thing. So you essentially get a free assist trophy if you put in the right stuff. It's just hard to articulate my thoughts because there's a lot that went into this one, and yeah, there's several ways you could handle this and balance it out. I think if you want to keep the stats, you need to destroy all the other dolls when summoned. If you want to have the dolls active, I think that you need to weaken her in other ways. Maybe reduce the HP, make it so that she can't use seals. This move wants to have its cake and eat it too. And that's not, it's a little bit much. Tengu activations. Tengu is capable of remote activating special functions in Kagetsumugi's dolls as long as her talons are empty upon reaching the doll. These remote activations are ranged from manually executing unique attacks to activating entirely new modes within each doll. The most notable drawback here is losing Tengu for a few seconds, here for remaining around the doll for a short moment after it's reactivated. Oh, welcome back. Aliphace needs to be nerfed in some way, shape, or form. I think that while the idea of it, I know the idea is supposed to be you only get one per entire match, and that's why it's strong. But I think having the potential to just grant yourself a free assist trophy on steroids is a little bit much in most regards. I think that if you want to balance out Aliphace in at least some fashion, you either have to destroy all your active dolls in order to summon her, so that you can't summon any more while she's active, or you can have her active while the other dolls are active, but you have to heavily nerf her health. And on top of that, you could also make it so that she can't use seals. She can't use talismans. I feel there just needs to be some sort of limit to her power. I'll definitely make it a solo requirement. That seems pretty fair. Okay. I think that mixed with the amount of time it takes to summon and all the requirements it takes to summon is more than enough. I would still knock down the health a little bit. I think 150 is already like 5 times the health of some assist trophies. I think that Alucard has some like the highest assist trophy health, and he's like, I think it takes it like 80% to kill him. But yeah, it needs to be, maybe she requires one of each doll having been made and destroyed. Also, it just kills all other dolls on stage and get up to that max 200 HP. No, that'd be an interesting idea. You know, you sacrifice more dolls, you get more HP. But I do think that 200 would have to be a cap, and you couldn't go higher than that. I also said, I don't know if you heard this, but I also mentioned that the junk dolls are also an aspect of too much at once. I think that the idea of having a wall that you can use to take the time to prepare things is already very strong, as Steve has already proven in Ultimate. I think that there needs to be some restriction to what they can do as well. I think that allowing them to knock people off that touch them is fine. I think that having them work as a wall is okay, because some characters will be able to more than likely just hit through her and hit Kagetsumugi on the other side. I would make it so that she can't hold potions or anything else. Or if she holds them and you make her explode, you don't get the beneficial effects of those items that she was holding, and you basically just sacrifice them and they're gone because you didn't get them back in time. I also think that there should be a hard cap for the amount of dolls on screen in general. Because this, you know, this can have 3, this can have 2, one of each of these. Maybe limited so that at maximum you get 3. So you could have 3 small dolls on the field. You could have 2 small dolls and a regular sized one. You can have 1 small one and 1 big one. And then you can just have Alethis on her own. Like a hard cap to the amount of dolls in general. Even Jacko only gets 3. For the most part. At least in Strive she only gets 3. In Xrd, she played Fortune Street, not a fighting game. I would know I main Jacko in Xrd. But yeah, I think there just needs to be some, you know, limitations to what these dolls, where these dolls can move and where they go. And I definitely think that the junk doll probably shouldn't be able to move. I think that summoning that should be something that is purely position based by the player, and when you summon that thing, it ain't going anywhere. Or at least its area of movability is very, very small. But anyways, I was just getting down to Tengu activations. If Tengu is sent towards a cursed doll, she will land on top of the doll's shoulder, performing a 13-frame spin as her hair grows and whips out directly forward, dealing 9.3% on him with decent knockback, capable of killing around 145% at the ledge. At the simplest of Kagetsumigi's dolls, it is only natural that the cursed doll possesses the simplest remote activation. It may seem a tad excessive to send Tengu towards a cursed doll to make it potentially smack a distant opponent, although the sheer Sephiroth-like range of the attack can make a simple cursed doll a fair bit scarier than usual. If the Puppet Master knows to occasionally send Tengu towards her cursed dolls, she can quickly condition her opponent to respect their range a bit too much. Not if they jump. I guess, you know, some characters, sure, but other characters like Jigglypuff probably just don't care and will just jump over it. Notably, a cursed doll equipped with a Silent Earth Talisman will have 5% armor during the whip, allowing it a bit more leeway in terms of stuffing other moves and forcing some space. If Tengu is sent towards a Makuro doll, she will fly up in the air just behind the doll while tinkering with some of her internal components, the interruptible animation taking about a second to complete. Once finished, she hurriedly zips back towards Kagetsumugi as Makuro whirs to life. While in termination mode, a state that lasts 15 seconds, that might need to be toned down a little bit, Makuro will gain much greater movement speed as she sprints for her opponent, forgoing her usual stalking behavior entirely. Notably, while she will prioritize her opponent, Makuro has a few fairly harmful interactions with some of Kagetsumugi's other dolls if they get in her way. Makuro completely loses access to her usual attacks in this mode, now performing a wolf-like forward air claw attack while aggressively short-hopping towards her opponent. A very quick combo starting low kick if grounded, and a ground slamming anti-air command grab if her opponent tries to jump away too late. She can also use Curse Dolls as a projectile in this state, or other Mercurial Dolls as meat shields. Termination mode overall is a double-edged sword. It forces Kagetsumugi's opponent to briefly focus on Makuro, although the doll's sheer aggression and brutality often makes it hard for Kagetsumugi to capitalize, not to mention she may heavily harm or destroy whatever doll crosses her path. Something to note is this mode's synergy with Seal of Exploration. The raw aggression and speed increase allowing Makuro to farm tons of herbs while on the go. The claw attack and low kick are very simple moves, each have 7 frames to start up, dealing 5.5% damage and having low knockback. Neither move has true combo potential due to having fairly large gaps between strikes, although if her opponent fails to dodge, he will inevitably eat plenty of ferocious damage. Kagetsumugi can have quite a lot of trouble capitalizing on either move thanks to her slow speed, especially when stacked against Makuro's now enhanced speed. Although this sheer ferocity gives Kagetsumugi plenty of time to creep away and build her dolls while her opponent is occupied with her new toy. I guess it entirely depends on how fast the doll is. I'm pretty sure Sonic and Falcon can probably just outrun it and not care. If her opponent attempts to jump away while too close to her, Makuro will perform a slow 22 frame anti-air jab that sees her yanking her opponent back down towards the ground, smashing them into the ground on the other side for a clean 13%. This ground slam is heavily DI dependent, killing as early as 80% off the top with terrible DI and 108% with optimal DI. Move overall is mostly a knowledge check. It is very easy to avoid in almost all cases and can be easily used to exploit Makuro's AI and shut her down. Although you always have to be mindful of where you DI if she does grab you, allowing the move to be a constant threat. Finally, Makuro has unique interactions with Kagetsumugi's other dolls if she happens upon them while pursuing an opponent. She will greedily snatch up any cursed doll in their path and fairly whip them towards her opponent as she runs, the doll taking 10% damage as her opponent is dealt the same. Honestly, if she whips the little shit dolls, I would just make them just destroy them. Especially if you get a very fast projectile out of it. This essentially turns Cursed Doll into a very fast, fairly strong projectile for the moment, capable of killing, but is easily capable of giving Makuro Kagetsumugi some ground. This projectile is far from possible to avoid. Although, due to the fairly high damage it may deal on hit, this typically leads a fleeing opponent to stray away from Cursed Dolls while Makuro pursues them, allowing Kagetsumugi room to abuse her own space-controlling attacks. If Makuro comes across another Makuro doll in her path, she will slam their heads into the ground for 15% before holding them for her body, aggressively rushing her opponent down as normal, while the doll acting as a meat shield. She will essentially have super armor while carrying the doll, at least until the doll breaks and taking too much damage, or until she performs an attack, where she discards the Makuro carelessly. This, unlike the Cursed Doll Toss, which is much more worth lost resources, is a very huge potential waste of a Makuro doll unless it has a Silent Earth talisman stocked. Hello, Joe. Possibly incentivizing Kagetsumugi's opponent to lure the pissed off Makuro towards a normal one. The initial slam deals a hefty amount of damage to the victim doll and is capable of killing them outright, and while the super armor can be terrifying, you aren't risking much by running away from her. Although there is one last detail that might sway her opponent's mind given the current scenario. Explosive Prime Makuro dolls are instantly detonated upon being slammed to the ground, dealing no damage to the activated Makuro doll and posing far more threat to her opponent. While considering she pressed the stop in order to slam them into the ground, some characters would probably just be too far away to be hit by the explosion. Oh god, excuse me. Pardon. It's allergy season. Junk dolls, remote skill, artificial spirit summoning, Nomarin. If Tengu is sent towards the junk dolls, she will fly around them for a second while casting a spell. Summoning forth the artificial earth spirit, Nomarin. The junk dolls' bodies will visibly harden as the ground cracks beneath them, the artificial spirit herself appearing in a puff of steam as she trails behind. Buff state lasts for 10 seconds, granting the junk dolls complete invincibility throughout its duration. I don't think I need to explain why that needs to be changed. Complete invincibility is something that should last like 3 seconds. Maybe you could have it so that the duration of Nomarin is cut between several things. Maybe for the first couple of seconds it's complete invincibility, and then after that it's just super armor. So you could have like 2 seconds of invincibility and like 4 seconds of super armor, so that you have a combined buff state of 6 seconds instead of 10. Their weight will also be vastly increased, and as such they will deal a flat 20% to whomever they land on if falling from above. The crush capable of killing as early as 60% at the ledge. Do keep in mind that the dolls at least tend to avoid jumping in order to properly fill their role as a wall. If they are also equipped with a Silent Earth Talisman, the dolls will quake the very ground as they step, immediately tripping any nearby opponents. I don't know if I agree with that either. Maybe, if they're too far outside, maybe if they dodge the initial slam, but they're still a little too close, they could take some damage and trip. I don't know if they need to trip just by walking. This buff state, while not nearly as mighty as Makuro or Elefis' buffs, allow the junk dolls to truly embrace their role as an invincible wall. This grows especially annoying when you consider their ability to absorb hits. Ketsui able to harass your opponent while dancing around the truly invincible doll. But I feel like this amount of setup is kind of justified. It depends. The thing is that there's on stages with platforms, there's clear counterplay because if you just stand on the platforms to avoid the tripping. But on stages with no platforms, there's very little counterplay for some characters against a character that can trip you by walking. And then there's Elefis the Ninth, remote skill, Monster Lord's Cruelty. If Tengu is sent towards the mighty Elefis the Ninth, she will nervously perch herself upon Elefis' shoulder as the former Monster Lord looks towards the doll. After Tengu tinkers for about 2 seconds, also interruptible as with Makuro, Elefis will suddenly surge with energy as the ground shakes around her feet. As the ground around her feet quakes, her lurching backwards and cackling madly as the screen gives a shake. Elefis rips Tengu off of her shoulder and wildly tosses her towards Kagutsumi's opponent as a hitbox for holding out her mechanical arm and beckoning her opponent as it takes on an electrified red hue. This empowered state lasts a whole 30 seconds, and while not as drastic as Makuro's overhaul, greatly enhances Elefis' abilities and gives her access to several new moves. Oh boy. First of all, Alophise's movement speed is only increased by a small margin. She gains faster airspeed and more incentive to jump, allowing her to abuse her newfound aerials. Imagine if I balanced this by just turning off Tengu for the entire stock. Honestly, it wouldn't be that bad of a sacrifice. And to be honest, by what's described, even if I think that 30 seconds is too much and it probably should be like half that at most, sacrificing a major tool to get that much of a buff might honestly just work. Her new knife hand strike now deals an extra 3.3% with the enhanced arm, now killing as early as 55% at the ledge. Her laser, now appearing red, now deals 8.3% and is capable of piercing through the stage. Although the former cooldown still remains in full. Outside of her new moves, Alophise gains the mortifying ability to buff Kagetsumigi's throwable potions, for imbuing them with their newfound powers if handed the item. Kagetsugi will retrieve the potion afterwards to reap its benefits. These buffs will be detailed down the line. While in her empowered state, Alophise gains access to 2 new moves, a vicious swipe with her mechanical arm performed in the air, and a space-controlling ground skewer with a spiral-like appendage. For the first of the 2 attacks, Alophise will rapidly swing her arm at her opponent if leaping at them through the air, taking advantage of her higher airspeed. The swing, despite coming out in frame 10, covers an incredible area below herself to above, dealing 12.2% on contact and sending her opponent hurtling upwards with an alarmingly high base knockback, sparking and sizzling with red electricity shortly afterwards. This attack is incredibly fearsome, Alophise using it deliberately to threaten early kills off the top blast zone with an increasingly high base knockback, despite the move having far too little scaling to kill a grounded opponent. And while the move has heaps of end lag, it has plenty of shield stun, keeping her safe outside of a blatant whiff. Something to know is that Alophise will usually favor this move over her previously long-range aerial skewer, although she will still always use the latter if her opponent is very far away or being thrown by Kagetsugi. Alophise's second attack is an incredibly fearsome yet slow pressure tool. For grinning wildly, she slams her spiraling into the ground, it erupting directly underneath her for her opponent 33 frames afterwards. She will favor this move when far from her opponent, or while they are playing defensively, although she can perform it while staying directly on the stage's ground. A platform will not suffice. Leg will deal immense damage upon erupting from the ground, a colossal 22.7%, kill around 110% off the top blast zone. Not insanely impressive, although the damage more than makes up for this. Also very notable is this move's use against shields, the skewer nearly showering them all at once. The most notable and obvious weakness is the startup. It is very easy to react to in most cases, arguably a fair bit hard depending on Kagetsumigi's antics, and will not track her opponent. A poor horizontal range, allowing slight movement to counter it fairly easily. Finally, arguably your most important new feature is her ability to enhance any grabbable potion handed to her by Tengu or Kagetsugi. If handed a high conductivity napalm or dread poison, Alophise will grab it in her hand and she holds it overhead, red lightning sparking from her body and quaking the ground as the potion takes on a glowing red aura. While Kagetsugi will have to manually grab the item back from the former Monster Lord, or send Tengu to retrieve it, the benefits are more than worth it. High conductivity napalm will now always be electrified, the blobs of napalm arcing red electricity between one another if close enough. I don't know if all of this is entirely necessary. These arcs will zap around periodically on an opponent stuck with napalm, causing them to flinch every 2 seconds if the napalm is applied. Due to how these arcs interact with each individual blob of their own, individual batches of napalm can grow far harder to traverse, thanks to arcs connecting the blobs together and covering far more space. This also has a noble buff to the passive. Did honest, this entire potion enhancing bit was an add-on after a few suggestions from MYM comments. Well, I do not agree with the MYM comments. I do not trust them. I do not agree with their take. I think that simply making something that was already very strong even stronger is more than enough. Oh yeah, fun fact, I made this in a week. Nice. This also has a notable buff to the passive stunning effect napalm covered dolls are given. Stun now, dealing 5% in contact with a doll and stunning for an extra 10 frames. Clouds of Dread Poison now have a red crackling of electric aura for the first half of their duration, dealing an additional 0.1% per hit, and flinching every half second. The lingering poison effect also deals additional damage, dealing a total of 15% rather than 10. While this all means the poison can potentially screw over Ketsui or her dolls far worse than ever before, the stunning effect during the first half of the cloud's activity truly amplifies the fear factor of the stuff, and then wary opponent potentially eating colossal damage if hit directly by the exploding vial. Don't forget that the extra 0.1% goes a long way. The poison only dealt 0.3% per hit, yet was still capable of racking up obscene damage over time. There's a lot that needs to be talked about here. Excuse me. I think that the idea of sacrificing a big tool to make something that's already strong, even stronger, is a good idea. Well, I think that 30 seconds should be probably knocked down to like 15, because again, 15 is very, very long in Smash as it is. 30 seconds for some is like 2 stocks. If you want to knock it down to 20, that's maybe more acceptable. But I do not think... First off, I think the attacks are fine. But I do not think you need to have the ability to enhance your potions. I do not think that is a necessity. I think that that is something that doesn't even need to be there. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And I feel like that's exactly what this is. And I would simply just cut that out. I don't think it's necessary whatsoever. Especially if you're already getting a buff to your stats and you're getting more attacks to work with. You get to turn this into like an all or nothing option. Like all your resources go into this. You have one of your exclusive, follow-up moves with Tengu. You basically you have to sacrifice it in order to gain this level of power. You're basically putting every egg into the single basket that Alifis is going to take you to the end of this match. Or at least until the end of your stock. Most likely something you would try save for the last stock of a match. But I think it's a nice alternative to, I'm going to fill the screen with dolls, to I'm going to put everything I have into this one doll and I'm going to pray to God that it works. And just to make it even more effective, I'm going to sacrifice one of my unique tools just to make it even stronger. But yeah, I do not think that this doesn't really, it also doesn't really, in my opinion, synergize very well with the buffs. that she gets from Tengu. Side special, Puppeteer String. Damage on hit 1.3%, damage taught 3.4%. Startup is 15 frames, it's active 6 frames, costs 3 string to use. In the hands of a skilled puppet master, none a weapon is as dangerous as a thread of simple magic string. Tying a few strands of thread to her fingers in a mere 15 frames, Keketsu Mugi will flick her left hand forward in the user's desired direction, aiming to grab whomever may be in her path, possessing incredible range similar to that of Belmont's forward smash. Keketsu Mugi's strings act similar to a hit grab, harmlessly hitting against shields, yet winding around whoever failed to avoid her, their opponent briefly falling taut against the strings before they harmlessly snap free. While there's practically nothing for Keketsu Mugi to capitalize upon here, she's offered a fairly large window for a second action after the strings pull taut against her opponent. If the user holds the stick towards Keketsu Mugi at an angle of their choice, and press the special button again, she will chuckle darkly as she whips her left hand in said direction, the strings yanking her opponent in the chosen direction and snapping as they are briefly sent flying. With plenty of hits done for Keketsu Mugi to follow up, even with another side special if she has the resources. To make a bit more physical sense here, Keketsu Mugi cannot grab an opponent in front of her and tug them away from herself thanks to her lack of leverage. She must tug them at some variable angle opposite to herself as an axis, if that makes sense. Now, if only Keketsu Mugi could further influence her opponent's direction, that physics-abiding restriction does narrow her options quite a lot. If the C-stick is pushed in any direction at any time after first grabbing and tugging an opponent, Keketsu Mugi will theatrically wave her right arm in said direction as Tengu zooms through her opponent from the requested angle, slashing them with her talons and launching them alongside herself, again leaving Keketsu Mugi plenty of time for a follow-up of her own. This time, thanks to having more time to coordinate her attack, Tengu will not become dizzy afterwards, having none of her usual cooldown on this move entirely. Keketsu Mugi's side special is a resource-hungry yet highly potent combo and setup tool with the potential to essentially place her opponent in whatever situation she desires, and thanks to the ability to combo into itself, she can always opt to cash in completely, dragging her opponent to and fro while elegantly waving both arms around as if conducting an orchestra of death. Aside from the resource cost, this move's greatest drawback is easily its difficulty of use. Proper side special combos demand very high awareness, dexterity, and timing to a degree rarely seen in Smash, even from the likes of Kazuya. I take offense to that because I main Kazuya. She must know exactly which direction to tug her opponent based on her own positioning, where her opponent will actually end up to land another side special, and add Tengu into the mix with their entirely independent input demand, and you'll have yourself some very intricate finger-breaking combos. Even if you opt to use the move more for positioning and redirecting them than comboing, Keketsu Mugi must be very aware of her surroundings, knowing where to place her opponent relative to wherever she may have laid down upon the stage previously. What if one were to remove this move's primary restriction, its string cost? Under the effects of her Living Doll solution, an extremely talented Keketsu Mugi can quickly spiral out of control, giving they land a single hit of her side special. Depending on how... Well, first off, YouTube, I swear to God, I wish there was a fucking feature to turn that off. I think there needs to be some sort of hit stun decay here. Just so that there's a limit to how many times you can use this in a row. Even if you have unlimited resources, I do not think that you should be able to just continuously pull. I think that each consecutive one should give some sort of hit stun decay. So that at some point, your opponent just pops out of it. I think other than that, for the most part, it's fairly... It's mostly fine, especially if you take into consideration the design choice of sacrificing Tengu for more damage from Elefis, sorry. Which means you lose some of the utility of this move in exchange for the damage of the doll. Sorry, I'm just giving my throat a second to relax because we're still in the specials and we're like more than halfway through this. But yeah, I think for the most part, a hit command grab, in a sense, not a true command grab, but still, that allows you to pull people around is fun and interesting, and you get to position where they go. That's also fun. Having the potential to keep Tengu on your side to improve this move's versatility, or sacrifice this move's versatility in exchange for damage, is an interesting payoff. Yeah, it does sound like New 13's Drive, but the thing about New 13's Drive is that there's a limit to how many projectiles you can get out there. Also, not every direction you launch with New 13's projectiles have a follow-up. I can make it so Tengu has a cooldown afterwards that scales with how many times you used her in the side special combo. I think that, on top of just general hit stun decay, is definitely for the best. How are we only on the up special? Oh, because, don't worry, we're like 2/3 of the way through this. Almost. It's just that the special section takes a lot. And the specials are first. Up special, Spirit Possession, Ethereal Ghostly Pink Mist slowly surrounds Ketsui. Her gravity is greatly reduced for 2 seconds, essentially slowly drifting through the air in her current direction. Fairly middling recovery in of itself despite the small momentum boost at the start. Really only impressive in distance is if she has jumped immediately beforehand. This notably does not place Ketsui in a freefall state, allowing for her some very niche zero-gravity movement options on stage. Although attacking at any point will cancel the special altogether. Of course, this move can only be used once in the air to prevent stalling. Fair enough. If Ketsui has any dolls present on stage and within half a stage distance of one drifting through the air, a small pink arrow will slowly fade in from the mist, pointing towards her nearest and lowest cost doll. Pressing the special button while the arrow is on the screen will see Ketsui vanish in place. Light drain from the doll's eyes for the puppet master bursts forth from their body immediately afterwards, bowing theatrically as several dismembered doll parts go flying in all directions. Thankfully, such a thing can never happen to Tengu, but she doesn't look so happy about it. Unlike the standard form of this special, which offers Ketsui very little in terms of recovery, the doll possession has far more distance and potential safety given the position of her doll, all coming from at the cost of the doll itself. This is great for both recovery and making an escape on stage, although she'd best stock up on cheaper cursed dolls, such as Sacrifice. Imagine being forced to waste this on Elefis to save yourself, which is what I was just about to say is a very nice again, payoff. If you want to use Aliphase, you're going to have to sacrifice a potentially strong recovery. If you use smaller dolls, you could have basically Arcane recovery from anywhere on the screen. And if you don't, well then, if your opponent gets past Aliphase, then you're kind of SOL. But anyways, now we're moving on to the normals. Normals. Talus Slap. Ketsui raises her hand back before simply attempting to mockingly slap the head of whomever may stand before her, clearly putting very little actual effort into it. A very simple one-hit jab with average range and some very impressive shield safety, but otherwise are unremarkable in terms of damage and its simple flinch on hit. If you don't want this move for the slap, as humiliating as it might be to get hit by, if Ketsui has a talisman on hand, she will instead perform a slap with a talisman upon her hand, attempting to stick it to whoever she strikes, be it a player or a doll. While this does require Ketsui to get close to where she sees the weakest, the benefits typically outweigh the cost, not to mention she may get more mileage by using this on her dolls. Uniquely, commanding Tengu immediately after whiffing Ketsumi's jab will see the doll snatching up the talisman in front of her hand and flying forward within her talons. This allows Ketsui the frightening ability to essentially stick a talisman from anywhere, using Tengu as a proxy to attach it to dolls and opponents alike. This, however, does come with fairly significant drawback of using up the talisman if it whiffed, or even if shielded. Tengu always returning empty-handed. This makes the Tengu extended variation of the move quite a large risk to toss around, as you're risking a complete waste of time and resources while leaving yourself exposed without Tengu to cover your back. Tengu will likewise drop it if smacked during her journey, and also, to add on to that again, if you use Tengu for Aliphase, then you don't get the extra range and you're forced to get close to stick talismans to your opponent. I mean, it's simple, it works. Again, it's always nice to see jab combos have some sort of utility in a character's moveset, because for the most part, that doesn't really exist. Very, very few characters ever use their jab combo for anything. Forward tilt, Arcane Seam Ripper. Ketsui unsheathes an oversized seam ripper from within her left sleeve and steps forward, performing a large horizontal slash with its sharp edge. Slash deals very little damage and no knockback, although it has incredibly low end lag and excellent range, potentially sets up for a jab frame trap. However, similar to Man Knight's forward tilt, you can optionally cash in and perform the next two slashes, a large upwards and downward slash respectively. You're stepping forward again for the final hit. These following hits, although far less safe than the initial hit, deal far better damage and have much more reliable range despite the relatively small disjoint on the Seam Ripper. Final hit launching you outwards and killing around 110% at the ledge. Kgetsumi's forward tilt is likely her most reliable grounded normal. It isn't excellent in terms of damage, although its sheer safety of the first hit is quite a blessing given her poor up-close options. The follow-up slashes also have very respectable kill power and disjointed range. This would be more than functional enough on its own, but there's more. Kgetsumi's forward tilt is her only move that can injure her own dolls, each hit dealing 5 times the damage to them, in fact. I don't know if that's entirely necessary, but while this may seem to make your forward tilt completely unusable around her dolls, while it does make the move very hard to use in such a scenario, this is greatly amended by what she actually receives from harming her doll. First hit granting her 1 string and 11 cloth, the second 2 string and 13 cloth, and the final slash 4 string and a whopping 23 cloth. You're particularly cloth-starved, summoning a cursed doll and smacking her twice offer a net gain of cloth at the cost of string, although at this point you're already abusing the poor thing with up special as well. Be Nice, she just wants to play. Conversely, Ketsui can also sway some of the tankier dolls such as the junk dolls, or God forbid Feast the Ninth if you're looking for really looking for a huge renewable resource, and smack them once or twice to gain some resources without killing them outright. Under the effects of Awakening Serum, Kitsumugi instead twists her spine a complete 180, bending low towards the ground and windmilling her Seam Ripper armed arm. Glad I got that correct. 3 times overhead while advancing forwards each swing, crawling around the ground with her legs and free hand. These 3 slashes are identical in terms of hitboxes, each one covering a very generous space. While lurching her forward to substantial distance per slash, each slash deals a clean 5% this time around, while a slash losing its kill power in favor of hit stun and vertical knockback. To make matters worse, Ketsumugi's awkward contorted pose offers a whole heap of intangibility frames on her arms while lowering her hurt box, making this move an excellent anti-air and low profile. Just be careful hitting your dolls here. The large damage ramp up will shred a cursed doll in a single hit, and Makuro in 2. Well, I'm at least glad that even though it is, a arguably high distance move, it's not something you're going to have to consistently use, and you have a multi-hitting neutral option. Normally, I think for the most part it's fine. I don't know if the second one is a target combo or not. I don't think it is. I think it's just moves forward, hits 3 times. But I think that both moves for the most part are fine. They sound like they have clear set play and they have reasons for you to use them. Depends on which is better, TBH, more interesting at that. I think having the regular one be a target combo and the second one being one you have to commit to would be better. So you're getting more damage and more potential out of it, but in turn, if you misplace the use of it, you're basically going to shred your dolls to pieces. Down tilt Treadle Snapper while sitting Caesar, Kitsumugi quickly reaches back in her box and whips out a porcelain doll head before shattering on the ground, clearly aiming to break her opponent's ankle or foot, whichever works best. And if successfully hitting an opponent, she actually will break their foot, or at least send them staggering backwards and falling prone shortly afterwards. While this move is very below the curve in terms of range and end leg, it has very fast startup and fairly substantial damage, not to mention its synergy with her dolls. If she successfully hits an opponent, Kitsumugi will be actionable just as her opponent hits the ground. Due to the distance away they travel while stumbling, she isn't offered enough to set up, although her dolls take care of this problem for her. The immediate prone state allows the cursed doll to immediately tie up the puppet master's opponent if close enough, and far scarier, Makuro will pull her opponent into a chokehold if they stumble in her direction. Honestly, I know I'm not done describing the move yet, but honestly, I think instead of stumbling backwards and going prone, maybe just have them trip. There are tilts in the game that do make people trip, and I think that, having this be something that knocks up the opponent's balance and forces them into tech chasing scenarios is more than enough. Otherwise, without dolls on the stage, Ketsumugi's down tilt is far less substantial, at best offering her a little time and a poor mix-up if she lands a hit. If under the effects of her awakening serum, Ketsumugi wants to pull a skull from her box, rather than the skull shattering immediately upon contact with the ground, Ketsumugi will madly repeat the attack up to 5 times until the skull shatters into dust, each hit thankfully not chaining into the next. While this move offers equal reward to her standard down tilt on hit, the typical horrendous safety of the move is cleared up substantially thanks to the follow-ups, each hit notably dealing some fairly scary shield damage and breaking shield outright if her opponent sits there and eats all 6 hits. This move has incredible synergy with the junk dolls, their wall-like body allowing Ketsumugi to essentially corner her opponent and safely wail on them, or their shield. Ah yes, I too love Aegis Reflector combos. I don't know if you need to hit 5 times, maybe 3? Like 1, 2, 3, and like the third hit is like notably stronger than the others. Also, skulls are not that strong. I don't think a skull would take 5 hits to shatter if you hit it into the floor. But yeah, I think a nice number like 3 is much better than 5. You can even have the hits ramp up in damage if you want. It's like 1, 2, 3! Okay, up tilt, dissonance. Ketsumugi grips the straps of her box and makes a condescending expression of feigned surprise. As the lid pops open, several lifeless doll arms bursting forth and crawling back inside and closing the lid. Ketsumugi's up tilt is a strange one, having no hitbox in front of her. It's not that strange. Same with Pac-Man. Although a very generous disjointed pillar-like hitbox behind her and is slightly above her. It is her strongest tilt in terms of damage, although even then the damage doesn't particularly impress. The move is quite clearly an anti-air and not much else. The off-the-top kill power is decent, as is the anti-airing hitbox and its activity. The outward position of the hitbox behind her body makes it quite poor for traditional use. Not to mention the startup renders it fairly useless as a get-off-me tool. To help make up for the move's overly specific use, Ketsumugi's up tilt does have the rather silly ability to grab items for her. She is also able to summon Tengu if she lands or whiffs this move, essentially allowing her to cover up her front weakness if her trusty right hand is available. If under the effects of her awakening serum, Ketsumugi whips her arm behind her head and yanks a doll arm from inside. Using it as a blunt weapon, she performs a huge upward swing with the thing before herself. While the startup and damage doesn't change, the hitbox changes substantially, now acting as a generous sword-like hitbox placed right up before Ketsumugi, right where she wants it. This does, however, come at the cost of some activity frames. Although in the end, this makes the move fairly safe on whiff, allowing combo extensions on hit. And it kills as early as 85% off the top now, the knockback ramping up substantially past combo percents. That's surprisingly more normal than her regular up tilt. And yeah, I think it's perfectly fine. There's no real issues with that. Killing as early as 85% might be a bit much. Maybe you want to lower that down to like 100. Dash attack Traitorous Rose, appearing very similar to the occasional skip already present in the run animation. Ketsui will perform a slightly larger skip while trailing through the air. A harmless looking move overall with no hitbox, decent burst movement, and the unique ability to cross up on opponents as if she were intangible. Ketsui dash attack is a fairly gimmicky movement tool that works fairly well with her army of attention-demanding dolls. However, that's not all. If the special button is pressed during the cross-up frames, Ketsui vanishes in a flash before reappearing and cleaving through the space she once occupied with her seam ripper, sliding elegantly along the ground afterwards. This backstab strike, while easily one of her strongest attacks, is incredibly unsafe on whiff and shield with only one frame of activity, acting similarly to Mana Knight's down special attack. Incredibly rewarding, but equally committal. Honestly, I don't think you need to have an extra input. You could just have it so that it activates automatically once you cross up an opponent. Probably easier to deal with in an environment where lag might be an issue. Incredibly rewarding, but equally committal. Regardless, it is excellent for reminding an opponent of their place if they begin disrespecting your harmless little cross-up skip. Additionally, even if Ketsui opts to ignore her backstab, she can use Tengu during this move. Thanks to the skip's excellent frame data and cross-up potential, this is easily one of her best moments to do so, barely leaving herself open and potentially punishing whoever may try and take advantage of the lack of hitbox. Granted, the lack of commitment is pretty messed up. I agree. I think that dash attacks in general are always high committal moves because you are basically, especially in a game like Ultimate where you could do anything out of a dash now, if you commit to a dash attack, you have to actually commit to the dash attack. If there are any moves in Smash that should never be low committal, it's smash attacks and dash attacks. Aerials, Deceitful Joy. Ketsui playfully tosses her arms and legs outwards in all directions, the lid of her box briefly popping open as articles of cloth and miscellaneous doll parts play out in all directions. Ketsui's neutral air is a fairly middling attack, a low damage, low activity sex kick with decent range at best. It's for the most part a filler move, although she can command Tengu during the active frames, which is always a plus. Decent at edge guarding and a serviceable landing move. Maybe slightly too slow for acting as a get-off-me tool. The most notable use of Ketsui's neutral air is actually its ability to command Tengu, due to Ketsui almost always having to execute a move in order to actually send Tengu someplace. Rapidly performing the command while using a landing neutral air is the most optimal method for commanding the doll around. Thanks to the 4-frame landing leg. Jab may seem like a better option here unless you want to hold on to your talismans. Yes, truly optimal Ketsui play does demand 4-frame tight Tengu inputs to quickly short hopping, narrowing, and fast falling while performing the command input during the move's landing leg. Unless you commit to using Elephis. In which case, you completely lose it. Forward air, Edge Stitcher. Ketsui pulls a large sewing razor from her box, quickly swinging it downwards for herself in a fairly generous arc. While the move does have a bit of startup thanks to her reaching into her box, the actual swing is lightning fast with little end lag. Well, it's still 15 frames. Excellent for catching an opponent off guard. Ketsui's forward air is somewhat clunky yet reliable sword-like aerial. Although the startup is fairly below average, the coverage is decent, damage is high, and the kill power is fairly respectable. The startup does make the move somewhat poor and neutral, although with enough setup, such as clouds of poison, to deter opponents in certain areas, and dolls controlling space, Ketsui can get away with throwing this move out far more than she should, especially with its low end lag. It's worth mentioning that the startup of this move is fairly inconspicuous, which can end up fairly meaningful with enough garbage on screen. If under the effects of her awakening serum, Ketsui abandons her tools entirely as she uses her own arm as a weapon, twisting her body with a snap and bending her arm uncomfortably as a dark purple aura leads her arm through the slash. This move is far faster, coming out frame 11, having additional active frames and much higher lower percent combo potential at the cost of 5 extra frames in landing leg and a loss of disjoint. This variation of the move, while still capable of killing at higher percentages, is far stronger for combos thanks to the faster stop and substantially reduced base knockback. This alone makes her Awakening Serum quite scary. 13.2% is a ton of damage for a combo aerial. I mean, for the most part, it seems fine to me. I don't really have any issues with this one. It seems like a reliable move all around. It can be used at any point in a match. Also nice that, it doesn't have to rely on Tengu to be effective. So that even if you do want to dedicate yourself to Elephas, you can still use this fairly well. Back air Spindle Skewer. Oh, this is the move you commissioned me for that is not finished yet and will be finished eventually. Oops. Ketsui smiles as she grips the straps of her box, the lid bursting open as a large spiral-like mechanical leg bursts forth from within, skewering the space directly behind herself. Akin to her forward air, is slow on start, although the sheer Belmont-esque range and fairly high active frames make up for it. Ketsui's back air is quite similar to that of Sephiroth's forward air, being a thin yet very long-ranged aerial with generally slow startup and high activity, even sharing the 2-frame sweet spot at the start of the move. However, in the Puppet Master's case, that is where the comparisons end. Her back air is laden with end lag, possessing high end lag in the air, and while landing, making this aerial quite committal at closer ranges. The sheer range is still quite threatening at longer ranges. The disjoint property nobly allowing her to safely poke through the clouds of poison if careful. Allowing the end leg is, although the end leg is something any player must be very mindful of, proper doll placement or talisman debuffs almost mandatory to make this move work as a truly safe zoning tool. But when does it work? It works. The sheer range of this move can grow immensely overwhelming once Ketsui has control over her opponent at the stage, potentially even earning her a kill or two with its usable sweet spot kill power. This move has the most notable synergy with the junk dolls due to their sheer size and tendency to knock away those who try to get over her. Ketsui's back air is easily her best, readily accessible move for abusing their wall-like properties, allowing her to safely poke through with the massive disjoint. I mean, for the most part, it seems fine. Long-range move. You're going to have to do a lot of, command turnarounds so that you always hit people with your back air if you're facing them head-on. It's slow to come out, but it's effective when it works. Ketsui by far is my most simple normals. It's probably for the best with a special kit like hers. Yes, you do not want your normals being too complicated if you're a character whose special kit is very, very central to their character, to their game plan. Up air, box trap. Kitsui tugs on the straps of her box as the lid pops open yet again, this time in a much similar fashion to her up tilts. Doll legs keep bursting free this time rather than her arms. This move is, for all intents and purposes, a weaker and smaller version of up tilts that Kitsui gains access to in the air. While the move functions far better in the air, notably for juggling thanks to the forgiving disjoint, the hitbox is still quite specific, and this time weaker than ever. So the juggle option makes sense. Under the effects of Awakening Serum, Kitsui twists through the air and performs 2 quick arcing kicks overhead, her joints snapping uncontrollably as she does so. This is a far better up air with a much more usable hitbox despite the loss of a disjoint, dealing a total of 8.8% across 2 hits and having far less end lag. This now acts very similar to Inkling's up air, I was going to say Sonic's, of all things, acting as a very potent combo starter and finisher thanks to the knockback scaling. Both of these moves seem perfectly fine. They both serve their own purposes. They're mainly just juggling options. Down air, classical puppetry. Kitsui lays herself down on a small cloud of blackish purple magic, holding her hands outward as strings extend from her hands. Shut up, phone. Upon hitting an opponent, Kitsui will tie them up with her strings and, bizarrely, gain access to a brief 2-second free flight with her opponent in tow. Her movement speed during this flight is anything but impressive, essentially just a slightly mobile drift, although with the time allotment, she can typically bring her opponent from one platform to the other. Once out of time, she will simply drop her opponent before hopping off the cloud herself, unless the user performs a follow-up before the timer is expired. Holding the stick in any direction and pressing the attack button will see Kitsui tugging her strings in hardens the direction. Causing her opponent to spring free and launch in the direction of her choosing, including downwards. Launch is quite weak in terms of knockback. The weak spike is only killing around 100% at best, although with Tengu able to follow up immediately afterwards, Kitsui can easily convert this into a full combo with the proper resources on hand. I don't know how I feel about this. Because this, to put it simply, and I know this may sound derogatory, but I mean this in a good way, this sounds like a Rivals of Aether move. This sounds like something I would see in Rivals for a normal. It doesn't feel like a normal. It also doesn't really mesh very well with any of her other aerial options. I don't know if this should be a down air. This feels almost like a borderline special move. I know it costs resources to use, and I don't see it. I don't see this meshing very well in a Smash environment. I'm not entirely sure what you could put here, but I think that this move needs to be revised a little bit because, again, it doesn't feel like a Smash move. It doesn't feel like a move that synergizes well with the rest of her kit. It has a specific purpose, but other than that specific purpose, it feels very weird next to everything else that she's capable of with her normals. Smash attacks. Forward smash. Idle hands. Ketsui narrows her eyes as she slowly extends her arms either side of her body. She will remain like this throughout the move's charge frames until she claps her hands together with a smug grin, dealing a very pathetic amount of damage and knockback. If it weren't obvious enough, landing the actual smash attack as a fail state, the puppeteer has a much more cunning trick up her sleeve. If she is hit during the charging frames of the smash attack, her eyes will suddenly lose all life as she falls limp as if she were a puppet. This is real. Ketsui appears behind her opponent in a puff of black smoke, brutally stabbing them in the back of the neck with her seam ripper. You better believe this will cause a zoom in. This bizarre smash attack counter deals very high damage and equally high knockback, although due to the nature of the side switch, it generally won't kill all too early unless your back is to the ledge, typically killing around 120% if facing towards the ledge instead. Yeah, in the same vein as the down air, this doesn't feel like a smash move. Now, it's not uncommon for a smash attack to damage somebody while charging, because Corrin does it. But a smash attack where getting hit is it activates the damage is a little bit odd. I would revise this in some way. It is a counter. It is, yes. But a forward smash counter really doesn't make any sense. I feel like a counter fits her very well, though, although I'm out of special slots to slap one on. Have you considered making it a taunt? I think I'd be more accepting of a taunt counter than a forward smash counter. Because a smash attack's literal purpose in a character's moveset is to be a big, explosive hit of damage that will grow in strength if you dedicate time to charging it. And this goes against a lot of the basics of a smash attack, and I don't agree with a forward smash counter. A taunt counter? I mean, why not? We have taunts that can hurt people. We have taunts that can kill people. Hell, one of Kazuya's taunts is literally just a move. He literally just does like a 4-hit move from Tekken. Why not? Maybe it wouldn't do like extreme amounts of damage, but it'd be funny and interesting. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I do not agree with a forward smash counter. If under the effects of her awakening serum, Ketsui will twitch visibly while holding her counter pose. Rather than countering whoever hits her during the stage, she simply armors to whatever hits her. Her armor starting in the usual frame 7, rather than weakly slapping them after the usual startup, she grabs them violently in a true command grab, making her opponent to her other side and brutally jamming the Seam Ripper into the back of their neck 5 times. This is a far more lethal command grab that deals 20.4% damage, killing as early as 50% facing away from the ledge. I also don't agree with a forward smash that's a command grab either. It's more normal than the counter, but I still don't agree with a forward smash being a command grab. Especially when, technically, it doesn't really make sense for a command grab to be held and grow in damage if it's held. Because the grabbing aspect of the command grab isn't the thing that hurts you. It's what happens when you get grabbed. Yeah, I would find a way to maybe turn this into an actual smash attack. Maybe a charge animation where was it? Like, she pretends to like a charge animation where she like starts to fall backwards, but then she like throws herself forwards to attack or something along those lines. Like a fake out. Something like that could work. You just don't want it so that it's literally a counter or a command grab. Up smash, reactive confetti. Ketsui feigns curiosity as she pops her box open, a burst of silver confetti flying into the air and slowly falling around her body. While this attack appears very fast, it doesn't seem to have any immediate hitbox until the attack button is pressed again, and Ketsui pulls out an antiquated flip lighter that isn't confetti. Metal shards in the air erupting into an impressively large arc-shaped hitbox around her body. Puppet Master bowing theatrically as smoke clears unscathed. This move has a very large hitbox, position orientation of which, depending on how long she delays and lets the confetti fall for. While the idea of a big explosion of metal shards is fine, I don't think you need the mechanic of holding the confetti. I think just simply box pops open and shit explodes is more than enough. You don't really need an extra step there. The move immediately becomes way scarier if a napalm is nearby. The metal fragments immediately erupting as they touch a single blob of the stuff. This can make the move come out as early as frame 8, far faster than normal, although a Ketsui can no longer optionally delay or feint the move. I don't think you should be able to delay or feint the move. It's a smash attack. It is a move you dedicate yourself to, and that's it. I could honestly just make her detonate after releasing the charge, holding the charge, having the confetti fall adds more nuance to the charge version. If anything, you should just have it so that the charge just makes the confetti cloud bigger. You instantly pop it, oh, it's small. You charge all the way, fucking massive. It's just the fact that that feints don't work for smash attacks either. Smash attacks are kind of like in the same vein as grabs, where they are designed to be very, very specific things, and usually if things go outside of that, it's very, very small. Like, you know, the Wii Fit Trainer has a forward smash that hits on both sides of him. Because he's quirky. But for the most part, smash attacks are pretty much just big attack this way, big attack forward, big attack up, big attack down. Down smash, emergency vial. Ketsui tosses a green potion against the ground, thankfully not using whatever potion she may have stocked. Causing a puff of acidic green smoke to plume out on either side of her body. Down smash is Kagetsumigi's quickest and simplest smash attack, dealing decently fast for a smash attack in of itself, while having fairly impressive range on either side of her, all the cause of its miserable damage and kill power. Similar to a get off me tool, but again is too slow to use as such without dolls about to keep your opponents distracted. Now this is fine. This attack is fine. A simple, quick attack that hits on both sides of you and does okay-ish damage. It has pretty good range, but it doesn't really have much kill power to it. Just a good get the fuck away from me option. Be warned, the throws are fucking insane. I very much did not follow the throw doctrine. Okay. Well, before I start, I'd like to just make it clear that throws are usually very simple and don't really take more than like a second or more to perform. They're usually comprised of like 1 or 2 actions at most. Kagetsumiga ties a couple of strings to her hand, flicking her arm outwards as she attempts to rope an opponent in. Similar stop animation to the side special allows Ketsui to perform a small mix-up here. I would change the animation because readability is very important and you always want to know what's being thrown at you. So there should be at least some difference between them so that, you know, your opponent knows what to expect if they get grabbed by it. While the range isn't nearly as impressive, more like into Young Link's grab range. Uniquely, Kagetsumiga will drop her currently held item if she mashes the grab button instead of holding on while performing the grab as normal. This will come into play with her back throw. As expected from a fighter that prefers to fight from a distance, Kagetsumiga's grab, although a tether grab, is among the slowest in the game at a whopping frame 16. Not to mention, due to her using a string to rope an opponent in, it costs 1 string to use as well, regardless of a hit or miss. Kagetsumiga's throws, most notably her down throw, have excellent synergy with the rest of her kit and often net her great reward. Ketsui simply slaps her opponent across the face while smiling smugly, dealing a small 0.8% at a decently fast rate. A pretty obnoxiously awful pummel, although she isn't exactly trying her hardest here. Forward throw is Talisman Eruption. Ketsui teasingly waves the talisman for her opponent's face before slamming it against their head, dealing a base 3.3%. Whatever additional throw unique effect the talisman provides as it detonates upon her opponent's head. Ketsumugi's talismans have yet another purpose via her forward throw. Of course, the Puppet Master won't always have a talisman stocked, and if not, will simply perform a dinky slap with very little knockback. Not all too impressive, although it does knock her opponent down on the spot, possibly having some application with a cursed doll. I don't know right away. I don't know if I feel right about throws requiring resources. There's a difference in resources enhancing throws, like Incineroar's Revenge, basically turning his throws into some of the strongest moves in the entire game. But requiring resources to use them is a little bit much. Your throws are very much resource reliant, and as with the grab itself, it's a fairly large weakness if you aren't stocked. I think that moves, if there's anything that should be limited by resources, it's specials at best. Because I think if you take other basic features of a character and restrict them because of resources, it could get very, very ugly in terms of balance. No matter how many resources a character may have to work with, there's always going to be basic things they can rely on to not have to use the resources, and usually that comes in the form of stuff like their normals and also their throws. I do not agree that the throws should have effects with any of this. I don't know what you could put here. You could have it so that the talisman you have on them increases the damage or affects the throw in some way, shape, or form, but requiring the talisman is a little bit much. There should be an alternative here that, while not as reliable as if you have a talisman already on your opponent, it should be better than a small slap with little knockback. I would find a way to normalize the throw, but make it so that the talismans could potentially increase the damage. Change around the way the throw, what you get out of the throw. Like, I don't think that you should have a throw that makes people explode. Like, I don't think you need a throw that makes people explode. Also, I don't think this is mentioned anywhere, so I need to ask. If you're playing with more than 2 people, can you pass the talisman to somebody else? Is this a Crash Bomber situation? Because if so, there's counterplay. If not, then it'd be a little bit of a problem where you basically have stuck an explosion on somebody's face that they have no means of getting rid of. If they could give you back your talisman, that'd be funny, and it also would be a great way to counterplay, because you're not a very fast character, and if you're fighting somebody like Falcon, and Falcon doesn't like the fact that you stuck a piece of paper to his forehead, he could run up on you, stick the paper back on your forehead, and throw you away before you explode. But yeah, I would find a way to normalize this. The talismans could affect how the throw works, but I definitely think that the talismans need some form of counterplay if you're going to use them for any serious aspect like this. Because again, I don't think it should be fair that you can just stick an explosion to my face and I have to just sit there and live with it. Especially when the explosion could happen in a random moment that I can't predict. Very well, at least. For her back throw, Kagetsumogi keeps her opponent confined in her strings while circling to the other side, pulling taut as the sharp strings come to their lower body all over. This is a unique sort of mashing throw that becomes hard to mash depending on her current string, ranging from an easy to mash free from a normal grab to as difficult as something like Inkling's roller bury. So you essentially have a back throw bury that's not a bury, but it acts like a bury. Tengu sets up Kagetsumi's box and watches it with worry. Depending on Kagetsumi's currently held or active potion, pressing the special button during the strangle will perform a unique follow-up that overrides the strangle. Kagetsumogi is under the influence of a potion such as her Awakening Serum, also holding a throwable potion. The held potion always takes priority. Again, it's a case of trying to have your cake and eat it too. It's too much at once. I think the idea of a back throw that's a pseudo bury is not a terrible idea. Like, if you want to just have the back throw be this, and that's all it is, I don't think that that's something that's too far out of left field for it to not work in Smash. But I do not think you need to add on to it by having the potential to cancel it into a potion. Like, I do not think that this is a necessity. You can have something different, but there needs to be a limitation. I think the limitation is simply the fact that you have a turbo pummel / pseudo bury as a back throw, and that is more than enough to set you apart from pretty much every other character in the game. I felt like the potions needed more overall use. By the sounds of it, they have a lot of use. And they have a lot of synergy with a lot of other aspects of Kagetsumogi's kit. Up throw. Orchestra of Talons. Kagetsumogi makes a small display of her innate strength as she grabs her opponent with one arm, effortlessly tossing them up into the air for 1.8%. Afterwards, the puppet master freezes away from the camera and lifts her arms up to her sides, looking up towards her airborne opponent as she gains completely unrestricted access to Tengu's movements for the next 2 seconds. Tengu will have a sharp damage reduction of 2.0% during this time. Kagetsumogi is elegantly waving her arms around. You see we're conducting an orchestra as the user commands Tengu to ravage your opponent from angles of their choosing to deal as much damage as possible. While it is very difficult to squeeze an optimal amount of damage out of this throw thanks to Tengu's various launch angles and timings, maximum possible damage sits about 15%. Highest base damage of her throws is if Kagetsumogi's user has the finger speed and know-how. Notably, Kagetsumogi has very little end lag after the throw has concluded, potentially allowing a follow-up depending on which angle Tengu struck her opponent for the final hit. This also requires extremely precise timing of the final hit itself. His landing Tengu during the final few frames of the throw duration will give the Puppet Master more time to strike. First off, it's arguably far more normal than the other throws so far. Secondly, you lose this if you use Aliface at all. You know, if you use the Tengu buff with Aliface, you lose this permanently. But again, I think it's a case of too much at once. You could make it so that it's a simple toss that has the potential has potential for follow-ups. But I think that giving Tengu buffs during this is not overly necessary. Just have it be a simple throw that has follow-up options. That's all you really need. And you lose those follow-up options if you choose to go with specific tools. And finally, down throw is curtain call. Ketsui breaks her strings off her opponent for 2.2% for pushing her. She has any available. If no dolls have been summoned prior, or if the nearest doll is too far away to be used, Ketsui will be able to command Tengu after the push, allowing for a much less substantial punish unless Aliface is lurking around somewhere. If pushed towards a cursed doll, so it's kind of like snakes in a sense, where you just basically force them into a hard knockdown state. Again, I don't know if you need follow-ups for the dolls. I think that the dolls being able to do their regular thing, if they're close enough, is more than enough. More so just moves them forward a set distance or put the tag team combo stuff on the side. I just think that maybe since the dolls already have options for if the opponent is downed like this, I think just forcing them into a hard knockdown is already strong enough on its own if you position yourself correctly and your doll is close enough. I think that's more than enough. I don't think you really need to do anything more than that. You force them down, and if the doll is close enough, then they get to do something as a follow-up option. I don't think that the dolls need extra options if you put them down with this throw and they're close by. It's definitely an instance where something simpler is usually better, and I definitely feel that that's probably better for the design than anything else. Because the snake has already shown us the power to force your opponent into a hard knockdown state is obscenely strong. Like, Snake on his own is already a really good character. I guarantee you that if he did not have that ability, he'd be at least a tier lower than he is. So yeah, I think just the simple low damage option where you just put them on the ground and your dolls get to do whatever the fuck they want if they're close enough is more than enough. Especially if you can get follow-ups off of the dolls doing things to your opponent. Oh, you don't have a Final Smash. Did I miss the... I don't think this has a Final Smash. Nah, I never do Final Smashes. Honestly, Final Smashes are pretty inconsequential to the design, so it's fine. Honestly, you could even just make it so that Alifis is the Final Smash. If you really want to, you know, like, balance the character a little bit more, you could just make Alifis the Final Smash, and you could, you know, get her for a very extended amount of time, and you could probably keep the original stats you had for her if you do make her the Final Smash. We don't really get Final Smashes where you know, you get assistance anymore from anyone. And I think that it's an aspect that I kind of wish would come back in some fashion. Like, unironically, one of my favorite Final Smashes I've ever designed was the Chosen Undeads, where it's literally just you call in Solaire to help you fight for a while. It's fun, it's simple, and it makes complete and total sense. We don't really get that with Final Smashes anymore. But yeah, definitely. Well, now that we're at the end, I can definitely say this is a very complex character. And while I do like a lot of what's presented here in a vacuum, I definitely think that there are aspects that need to be toned down to be made a little bit more, you know, fair. I think that there are a couple of moves that are a little bit odd and probably should be revised in some way, shape, or form. And I definitely do think that the throws are probably the weakest spot of the character because it's doing so much when it arguably doesn't really need to because the character already does so much. And some of the stuff for the throws is basically just adding on to the stuff she already has when she doesn't need to have that happen. This might have been longer than Blood Falcon. I think it was. This took about 3 hours to get through. Congratulations. You did as you set out to do. My throat feels shot. But yeah, I think that I'm very glad that a lot of this is basically you came up with a lot of this yourself. There's very, very little reference to the game that the character's from. A lot of this is purely based on imagination, and that's fun because I am a much bigger fan of movesets that take the time to come up with things instead of having to constantly search for references. And you're welcome. I'll definitely say that I'm curious to see how much you can get out of a moveset if you're set to 10,000 words as a limit. 10,500 because I was generous and gave you an extra 500 to work with. Which, honestly, 500 words extra really isn't fucking anything. It's 10.5k. I might be more generous and make it 11. I feel like rounding it up to 11 is probably for the best. But yes, as I promised, that both you and Levi have had your movesets reviewed. I'm very glad I did not decide to do this last time, because if I did, I think I would be dead. Reading both this and Blood Falcon in the same stream, I would sound like a fucking ghoul from Fallout. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Fallout New Vegas recently. It's been a very, very fun experience going through that game all the way for the first time. There may or may not be a courier moveset coming in the future. Winky face. But the next moveset I'm working on is almost done. Really isn't much left to do. Chances are high that some of you have already guessed who it is. And those of you that have been keeping up with what I've been playing recently probably already know what it is. But yeah, you know what? While I do not think I'm in the mood to continue doing any more today, because this moveset took a lot out of me, I'm going to do somebody a favor. I'm going to spin the wheel, and whoever it lands on... Oh, wait, Urshifu was already reviewed. I don't even know why he's there. I'm going to spin the wheel, and whoever I land on will be the first person I review for Clear for Battle Episode 3 next week. Yes, Episode 3 is next week. Like 1 week from now, on the Saturday. Probably at the same time. Okay. Spin the wheel! And the character I'll be looking at first next week is Chandelure. So episode 3 will take from the submissions on the wheel. No, episode 3 will take from the submissions for episode 3 in my server. I don't know who submitted this. But Chandelure will be the first character I look at in a week. And yes, the 45-minute limit will be in place next week. So if I get Black Alice, you're probably only going to see me get through like 2 moves. The goal with it being 45 minutes, a limit of 45 minutes, is that with a limit of 45 minutes, I can run for 4.5 hours, and I'm guaranteed to get at least 6 movesets done. But again, I must hammer this point home. Please make it so that I have a means of commenting or reviewing your work in some way, shape, or form. And you don't need to make it public so that, all comments at once, but there will be a point where after the live show happens, I will be putting out a post to say, like, I'm going to be reviewing your work today. Please let open comments so that I can actually review your work. Hit me up at VC when you comment. Flawless Trust. I almost wanted to make it so that I pull people into the fucking voice call to talk with them about their moveset at some point. But I'm thinking of making that like a Patreon tier thing. Where you get your moveset reviewed by me in person, and you get to actually communicate your ideas to me. But simply put, we're going to look at Chandelier next week. We're going to look at Chandelier first next week. I'm just going to take this. I'm going to add all the other movesets that I've yet to add. You don't need to resubmit. Chances are very high that you're basically just going to be resubmitting stuff that's already on here. Yeah, I might make that like the $15, like the big new $15 submission tier thing. I get to review your moveset in person. Like literally in person. I'm coming to your house. I'm already there. Let me in. I'm at the back door. But yeah, thank you for watching. I know it's a little bit shorter than what I planned. I know I planned for like, what? It's supposed to be like 4 hours. We're 15 minutes to go, so I can stay here and talk for at least a little bit to hit that 4-hour quota. Also, to the person that asked, is it Akuma? Maybe. I'll never tell. But yeah, I'm like, I could do like, you know what? Time is it? I'll do like, what, 14 minutes of Q&A? Ask me questions. Ask me things. I will answer. To the best of my ability. We've already done everything we need to do today, so for the next like few minutes, we could just fuck around and talk. Have you ever thought of modding a rival's character? On multiple occasions. The only problem is that doing it all yourself is a fucking horrible experience. I have designed many rivals characters, actually visually design them, but bringing them to life is a fucking painful experience. And a lot of stuff I do not understand. I am not the greatest with sprite work. Which is why when Rivals 2 comes around, I'm going fucking hard on hiring people to model my characters, and then I'm going to animate them all myself. Because I am way, way better with animating actual models than I am with anything regarding sprite work. I've had to spend over $900 on my main rival. Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like it might be cheaper to teach yourself how to freaking code yourself. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Rivals 2 at this point before I really go hard on mods. And if you have... I'm not commissioning anybody for $4,000. There is nothing in this world that is worth commissioning $4,000 for. Hard to do the base sprite and portrait for my character, though. That costs $90. I have a couple of base sprites already done by somebody I know. I actually should get back to commissioning him again, because if I can get some base sprites done, maybe I can actually get something going with some people that I know. Do show sometime? You know what? I'll show her right now. Let me find it. Let me search up the base sprite that I got done. Will your courier moveset you might do have a revolver and a fat man? Fat man would definitely be used sparingly, because while I know that a lot of I know that it's a very iconic weapon, but in Fallout New Vegas, that weapon is like used by nobody. Like that, the Fat Man was always meant to be something that's extremely fucking rare, regardless of how many enemies are using it casually in Fallout 4. Revolver, though, is a guarantee. It must happen, like 100%. Yeah, I think the sprite looks great. I think your sprite looks great. Surprised it's not more of a base pose, honestly. Yeah, let me see if I can find the base sprite that I commissioned. I based it. The base sprite that I got was for a character of mine that I designed named Distella. She would essentially be she's a traveling cleric, blind wolf woman, essentially. I have no idea where I left the file either, sadly. If you ever find it, feel free to send it to me sometime. I love rival sprites. I mean, I'll just show it on stream. If I can't find the sprite, the least I can do is at least show the design because I drew it myself. Can we suggest characters on your wheel? None? No, they have to be submitted by people. You can't make people do a moveset for you. They have to do it themselves. I have so much shit all over the place. I really need to sort my stuff better. But I'm never going to, because it takes too long. Well, that's the alarm that tells me that hit the quota for the stream. Oh, here it is. This is the design. And this is what the base sprite looks like. The thing on the right is me trying to start editing animation, but that's what the base sprite looks like. Honestly, I'd love to help get one of your rivals' characters made. That'd be awesome. It would be. But I don't know if I'd want the Stella done first. Especially since Let's Design was originally going to be mainly around designing rivals' characters. And I only really got one character done, in a sense. But even then, she never even got a fully drawn render. May as well start small. In that case, long before the fucking garbage comic came out, I actually started working on a design for Clam, which is Claren's technical grandmother. And kept working on it. Oh, I have the finished product somewhere. I know where it is. Here's the finish. Yeah, this was my design for the character before they completely and utterly fucking butchered everything about the character in the comic. Why was the comic garbage? Comic was garbage because it tried to shove too much into like into four really short issues. And honestly, it's the fucking comic that made me realize that Ian Flynn's not that great of a writer. Because Ian Flynn has a very specific type of writing style, and his writing style for exposition is actually fucking awful. Which makes me very concerned that he's writing the story for Rivals 2, especially since he also wrote the story for Dungeons of Aether, which was just as bad, if not worse, than Tales of Aether. Like, I'll definitely say this. I love a lot of Rivals custom characters from the workshop, but I'll definitely say this. I can't fucking stand how a lot of characters and how a lot of modders design characters. I think they're so much more like fun over, actual design. You should share that in the art gallery channel in the Rivals Workshop Discord server. I have, like, a long time ago. Like, it was several years ago now at this point. Excuse me as I just have to now delete a fucking wall of giant GIFs that I continuously tell you people I'm not due in my Discord. But yeah, I think that's enough for now. I'll be seeing you all again next week for the official episode 3. And until then, I'll be working on things because that's literally all I do other than actual like work. But yeah, I'll see you later.